features like no ads and unlimited hearts. Use personalized practice to target your weak areas and learn to speak, listen, read, and write more effectively. Whether your goals are personal or professional.
Yo, yo, what's good? Hey man, it's Sunday morning. Why the fuck you up so early? What you doing, man? I hope you still in bed. If you out of bed, I hope you at least got you some kofifi or something. Y'all be up early. God damn, why y'all up so early? It's too early for this shit, man. I'm working. Oh, I forgot your Sundays. Your Sundays be your Mondays. well, guess what? Praise the Lord, hallelujah, amen. You know, and all that good stuff. I've been here since 4. That mean you've been up since what? About 3? Oh Lord, have mercy. Well, if you've been there since 4, what time you getting off? Are you working with goddamn 4 to 11 or something? Working 4 to 11 or 4 to 12? 4 to 4. You do 12 hours? Oh Lord, my head hurting. My head hurting. Oh my God. She said 12-hour shifts. Well, you do 10s and 12s. Ain't no way in hell you gonna be switching my schedule up like that. I can't do this. I did 12s, but my job was 4 12s, and it was rotation. So you work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then you're off Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then you work Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then you're off Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and then you work Wednesday, and then it keeps going by one day like that in rotation, but you work 4 12s, and then you're off for 4 days, and then you work 4 12s, and then you're off for 4 days. Only off Wednesday and Fridays? Yeah, man, shit. I don't like it. I don't like 12-hour shifts. I feel like y'all ruining my whole day. If you got somebody at home, cause goddamn, you try to work a 12-hour shift and be single, but you ain't got no time to do shit for yourself. She said, I mean, I don't like working this shit either. Nigga, you think I like this shit? I'm not made for this. That shit not natural. You work 12 hours a day, then I gotta go home and cook. What? Especially if you got a kid, I gotta cook, clean, tend to the kid. Oh man, 12-hour shifts, that shit ain't meant for everybody, bro. I say, especially if you ain't got no help at home. That shit don't sit right with me. That shit don't sit right in my spirit. At least you're not like digging holes in a greasy ass kitchen somewhere flipping burgers or something. A vacation, you need a few vacations. Because I'll be damned if I work 12 hours and gotta feed a person and an animal. Look, man. Look, I don't even like y'all right now. You know? I don't even feel good about myself right now. I can't come home and feed a man and an animal. Yo, but last night was so fucking dope. Yo, I know my homies be on some shit, yo. Like, I know a few people, man. A few people. And, like, starting to get towards the inner circle of some shit, yo. So I fuck with some people, and they all own businesses. Like, goddamn, one of my homies, he owns a clothing store. And like, he dresses me for my art events. Most of the time, he don't even charge me. And if he do charge me, he charge me like a fraction of the price of his clothes and stuff. Then I got another homie, he's a videographer. He does filming and stuff. One of my other homie, he owns a print shop. That's where I get all my art prints made from him. And so actually the last time I was getting some prints made, he was asking me about my brush holder. He's like, what you doing with your brush holder? I'm like, I'm trying to market this bitch, but I'm not good at it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not good at marketing and branding and all the business aspect of this shit. So my homie been inviting me to dinner for a while, since last year. He's like, yo, me and some of my homies be hanging out. You know, you should come have dinner with us. And so the last time he said that, he was like, yo, we getting together on Saturday. You should come hang out. I'm like, fine. So I went. I thought we gonna hang out at like a restaurant or some shit or a bar. Yo, these motherfuckers got memberships to the social club. It's a membership only. The Scranton Club. I ain't never been in that bitch, but when I walked in there, you can tell. Like, as soon as first of all, you get to the door, you gotta either have a code, a scan card, or you gotta have somebody buzz you in. You can't even just walk into this bitch. You walk in, it's like marble floors and fucking wainscoting everywhere, and these big ass portraits of people. And then it's like all these dining halls, and then this big ass oak wood bar with fucking nothing but top shelf shit in there, and these big ass ashtrays, motherfuckers in they smoking fat ass Cubans. And I'm like, no, this where y'all be hanging out at. And dress code mandatory. You can't, you gotta wear like a button down. You gotta wear like a shirt with a collar on it. Gotta have a button down. But yeah, sitting up in that shit in a smoking room in these big ass plush fucking leather chairs, drinking whatever fine whiskeys. That shit was different. And I'm looking at my mans and shit like, y'all niggas just do this all the time. This how y'all Saturdays be? Instead of going to like some strip club or somewhere, these motherfuckers go to the gentleman's club and sit down and talk about, oh, I just added this extension onto my house. And one dude was like, yeah, I just came back from Greece and Turkey. I'll probably go to Alaska in a couple months. And the other guy was like, oh, I just got a new contract from my business. This should be like a fucking a $450,000 contract. I'm like, where the fuck are y'all motherfuckers live around here? Well, I don't know y'all niggas. I'm in the wrong group of friends. You know what I'm saying? I'm in the wrong group of friends. And that's why my buddy wanted me to come. He was like, just meet people. And I tell everybody, man, it ain't what you know all the time. It's motherfucking who you know. Who can you rub elbows with? Who can you be in the same room with? That's where you get some fucking leverage. That's where the leverage come in. When you know motherfuckers. Cause I went to that soiree the other night, and goddamn the county commissioner was there. He just walked up. He was like, hey, isn't your name Travis? I think one of my guys who I was hanging out with last night, he was like, I think Mark introduced us before. How you doing, man? How's everything going? I'm like, I'm good, you know what I'm saying? Chilling, just hanging out. You know, it's just like just being in a room with certain motherfuckers who know people who know something about it. That's what I'm trying to be. But I really can't describe last night. That shit was just fun, super chill. Like I say, chilling in whatever you imagine, like a gentleman's club. That's how that shit was. Just oak, wood, big leather chairs, Cuban cigars, motherfucking bartenders just bringing your drinks out to you and shit. Sit around talking politics and conspiracy. Well, he talked so much conspiracy theory last night. Oh my god, all these motherfuckers be on it too. The whole gang of niggas was like, except one dude. We was trying to convert this one dude because he said he voted for Biden, and he said he gonna vote for Biden again. And we all like, and that's they buddies. We all like, man, how you still stuck in the matrix? So all of us, like 3 of us, trying to hound this motherfucker. Be like, bro, you still thinking this binary paradigm thing where it's not even like that, yo. Yeah, but no, this shit was mad fun. But I was getting on this one dude like, bro, I can't believe you voted for Biden. You talking about you gonna vote for him again? I'm like, you trolling me right now? You just trolling in real life? He's like, nah. You know, I understand what people say about Trump and this and that, but he's like, I don't like him as a person. I was like, yo, you gotta get past his personality. That's where everybody falls short. Trying to judge somebody on their personality and not their politics. So we went back and forth about that for a minute. Then we talked about black holes and Anunnaki and motherfucking vaccines and goddamn the election. Man, we just talked about everything last night. Really, really good time, good conversation. And then I was at that bitch till like 10 something. We got that at 7, and me, I don't normally like hanging out late at night. You know, I would do an hour and a half at the most, and I'm gonna do the goddamn disappearing act. Y'all turn around, that nigga gone, like, he ain't even say bye. Like, nah. You know, I do that shit on the video game sometimes. I start getting sleepy and dozing off. I just hit the button. I don't even say shit. Boop, I'm out, nigga. But last night, when I really started getting tired, I look at my watch, I was like, oh shit, it's like damn near, it's like 10:30 or something. I was like, let me get my ass the fuck up out of here, bro. And when I left, a few of the guys were still in there. But I didn't get home till like 11. I think it was worth it. I think it was a good time. And once again, I met some people. Like, hey, yo, what that nigga traveling? Yo, hit that power button quick. My bad. I don't know why I be doing that shit sometimes. Somebody else, my other homie, told me that shit too. He's like, nigga, you just be dipping like in your stream sometimes. You don't even end your stream good. You just be like, all right, I'm out. Boop. I was like, hey, be like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't like the long goodbyes. The long drawn out goodbyes just be, sometimes it just, it take too long. And then you say bye to one person, then they be like, oh, whoa, wait, before you go, let me tell you about, and then that's another 5-10 minutes. You know how that should be. All right, I'm gonna holler at you next time. Oh, wait, cuz, before you go, you remember last week we was talking about what you call it? Well, I got 2 of them. I know you said you needed 2 of them, but I only got 2, but I can give you 1. And then next time, look, that's why I ain't got time for that. I just said bye, nigga. That mean I'm trying to make an exit. I'm trying to make an exit. Sometimes they be just too long and drawn out. So I just do exit stage left. we do that. We do that all the time. All right, man. Yeah, Oh, one more thing. Hold, cuz, right before you leave. You remember? You said you was gonna give me that. What you call it? Man, look. I'll be out. So, but this morning, back on the giant paintings. I'm gonna touch this. I'm gonna rub. Shit. I'm gonna rub this baseball painting and see if it's. Nope. Shit. God damn. Yo, what's good? God damn. It won't let me talk. Alright. I'm gonna rub this paint right here and see if it's dry enough for a varnish. If it is dry enough, we're gonna varnish this thing. That's the first thing I want to do this morning. Because like I said, commission is done. It's been sitting for 3-4 days. Hey, like I say, some people really think oil paints be taking like weeks and weeks to dry. It don't be taking that long to dry. A few days. Sometimes, I'm not gonna lie, if I layer paint really thick when necessary, and depending on certain pigments, sometimes it do take like a week or so, maybe 2 weeks. But this one was a really simple piece. The layers of paint are really thin, so hopefully it should be dry enough for a varnish today. If not, I'll leave it for another 2 days maybe. I'll try to come back on Tuesday and varnish it, because I want to get it to the client this week so I can get my, you know, before I start a project, I just ask for a deposit, and on completion of the project, I ask for the remaining balance plus shipping fees if it needs to be shipped somewhere. But this is for my coworker. I can just bring it to her at work, so no shipping fees needed here. But like I say, whenever I can varnish it and get it to her, I'll hand it off, and then she can hand me my little piece. You know, hand me my little piece of change sketch. It's too early, bro. What you doing up, man? It's Sunday, bro. What you doing? What you doing up, bro? He said, I'm thinking of a master plan. That motherfucking sketch. It'd be brainstorming, boy. Hey, this the year sketch. We gotta, I say, figure out a motherfucking power move, bro. I was just talking earlier about having a little get together last night with some local business owners, and just being in a room full of people who are hyper focused on their careers and their goals and shit. That shit is different, yo. It's different as hell. You are a combination of the 5 people you hang around the most. Period. If you hang around 5 doctors all the time, that's your main group of people, you're probably a doctor too. Master plan indeed. So much with the family found. I feel you. But if you hang around 5 race car drivers, you're probably a race car driver. You know, it just works out like that. You hang around 5 crackheads, more than likely. I mean, and it goes, you know, on and on like that, whatever. But the 5 people you hang around the most, people I hang around the most are art people, creators, artistic people. Those are the people I hang around the most. Now I'm trying to switch my shit over a little bit. Start hanging around more business people. Y'all my main group, so I feel you. That's why you talk so much shit. Look at you. I would say we rubbing off on you, but that's the reason we embrace you so much. Like, this motherfucker sound like us. Get her. Grab this motherfucker. Hey, put this t-shirt on. Nigga, you with us now. I ain't never seen them boys claim somebody so damn fast, yo. I swear to God. It was like, nope, fire her right now. What she? Come on. We need you. You talk that shit, motherfucker. And once again, this is why I be on the game so fucking much, because y'all cool as shit. Like, just bought like-minded people. Like-minded people who not even like-minded. You know, we all think different, but we all think the same. Why I ain't bring no weed up here? I brought my grinder, but I smoked all the weed out the grinder now. All right, maybe that's the clue to start doing something else. I just been smoking and drinking for 30 minutes. It's all good. Real recognize real. It don't take that long. A 10-minute conversation. You talk to somebody for 10 minutes, you can kind of figure them out. Especially the older you get. Like, you don't know people, but you know people. You know, I've never met you in my life, but I've met somebody just like you. I've been around the block a few times. I've met a few people, a few personality types. I know you. I don't know you, but I know your type. And then when you can find somebody who look familiar, like, I met you before. You cool peoples. You get down with the squad. So let's see. This bad boy right here came out so tremendous. I swear. It's something about that helmet. I really think the helmet is probably my favorite part. I got that glow on there pretty good. That highlight. Then that fuzzy background. Yeah, right. The helmet, and then that his underglove. Like this little area, and just all of this. I like how his skin tone came out. I tried to get that really warm, that warm feeling to it. I like that shadow transition right there. Like I said this piece came out pretty good. So now what we need to do is, let's see. No, you can see a little bit of paint right there. So we're not gonna varnish it yet. That's still a little wet, not a lot, but it did. A little bit of paint is coming off of there. So I kind of figured that white area and maybe this back part right here too. That's drier than I thought it would be. No, a little bit. Yeah, yeah. So that's still wet. So we'll wait. They'll give it another a couple days, cause those bright highlights, those are the last spots that I painted where it's really white. So right around this glove right there, like this little streak, that may still be wet a little bit. Yeah, so we'll let it rest for a bit longer. It's all good. It's done. You know, it's done. So it just has to dry now. Well, I'm pleased with it. I showed the client the final picture. They're very pleased with it, so we're good. I'll just wait for my payday. Uh, Next 2 days will be dry enough. Yeah, I figure. Like you say, cause it's barely pulling up now, barely pulling up. So 2 more days, and she be ready for that varnish. Seal it up good. Even right now, I've done a rush project before. Not gonna lie, where it's like that, where it's bare. It's almost dry. Like it's just real tacky. And I done varnish that shit, and then let the varnish dry, and it'll be good enough to handle and move around, but you still gotta be very patient with that shit. Will it be a spray varnish? Yeah, because the spray varnishes dry faster, yo. So it's I use like a high gloss spray on touch up varnish, and that shit works good, bro. I use that gloss initially, and I tell people when I give them art that it is varnished and it's sealed, but you know, in a year or two, if you want to get it revarnished, you can use the thick Dumar varnish, something like this right here, and you can brush this on. See, my shit is almost gone. And so like pieces like, so I did this last year, Like before I show this again, I'll probably put like a heavy varnish on it and go ahead and seal it up. But I don't do you. That normally takes like 6 months, 6 months to a year before I put that on there. So that way it's really cured. And I had another where's my other brush on varnish? It might be in that cabinet. But yeah, I do a spray varnish for about 6 months to a year, and then like I say, after several months, I'll dust it off. Especially like if it goes out to a show or something, make sure I dust it off, put that real thick final varnish on there, and then that shit is good for the next 30 years, 40 years before you have to really clean it or revarnish it. So, and plus, I get the fucking off the shelf canvases from the hobby store, so like adding that extra layer. I mean, it's good material. I really do get like the better canvases, but when you put your art on that shit, you really do have to protect that motherfucker. So just make sure you get a good varnish for your final layer after your paint has cured for about 6 months to a year, and it should be golden for decades to come. You know what I'm saying? Decades to come. I was somewhere and it was a group show, and I looked at this one piece and it said an oil painting, and I'm looking at it and the colors look kind of dull, and I was like, yo, this motherfucker ain't even varnished this shit. Like, why you ain't put a fucking protective coat on there? Then that shit helps with just protecting against dirt and fingerprints. It helps seal in the paint itself, and then it also helps against fading because most of the time when people put art in their homes, no matter where you put it, like if it's in a bright enough area, daylight will get to it throughout the day. And when sun is constantly shining on oil paintings over time, it can fade the colors. But a decent varnish should help protect the colors though. So it just should be a part of the process. Just varnish your shit. Like I say, with a simple varnish to start with, and then when it's completely cured, varnish that shit again with something heavy, and we in there. Um, this morning, we are still working on the armor for the giant. Let me get this lens. So we're trying to just add a little more detail to this and sharpen some edges, soften some edges, and just add just little bits of contrast here and there, just like this lighter blue and some more bright white highlights. So little by little, uh, just adding contrast. And so we're kind of working in this area and going across here. You can see a good bit of difference between this side and this side. So I still want to get some of these lighter blues in this area and on this shoulder pad, and some of these brighter oranges here in this area. So I'll probably try to work here today for a couple hours. Like I said, see if we can just brighten it up, add contrast. Have a lot of love and hate relationship with gloss varnish. It unpredictable when like, yo, and that's the truth, bro. Because sometimes the gloss, it'll be so glossy that it'll fucking have a sheen on the image. So now you're trying to angle yourself properly to see the actual painting, because the gloss gives like a mirror effect. I know what you're talking about. But the one that I use, that fucking I mean, it does it here. You can see, like it does that, you know. But that's with this lighting here. So it does do that to it. But if you have good lighting at a good angle, it should be okay. If you get at the, but yeah, I know exactly what you mean, bro. I know exactly what you mean. It does this sheen. But I have matte gloss. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it matte. I like for those. I don't know. I like the way the gloss helps the colors pop out more. Yeah, but it definitely does that. Um, and so this is my some older stuff with gloss with a more matte finish to it, and it doesn't do it as much. And this is so old that I don't even remember what kind of varnish I put on here. If I varnished this one at all, I think I varnished this years and years later once I learned about varnish. But yeah. You're not wrong about that at all with the high gloss. I say you can get like low luster. You can get a matte, a low luster, regular, and then high gloss. Like I say from here, if the lighting was higher and at an angle, like it doesn't really affect it at all. Yo, black. But I still haven't varnished this piece yet either, and that's definitely dry enough. But normally that I don't I'm never really in a rush to varnish the piece. It's not scheduled for a show or anything, so I'll let mine sit for weeks and weeks before I feel the need to varnish that shit. Yo, YouTube. Good morning. How you doing? How you doing? We we on and popping in here. You know. I think my palate should be still pretty good. See, this is why it'd be so hard for me to clean my palate when I do clean it. I be letting my shit sit on there for days. I know some artists, they'll put like very little amounts of paint and clean their palette after every session. And I used to try to do that and just come in the morning with a clean palette, but I feel like I waste too much paint like that. But these colors should still be pretty good for right now. Um, yeah, so we're going there. I need, this is an iPad for the image. Um, I might do some, I could do that now, this morning, and look up some Midjourney videos to see if there's anything new. A couple of weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, Midjourney went up to, this is a vacuum container that prevents the paint to dry. I've seen I've seen some different things. I've seen some people put their paints in water, like their oil paints, and just get like a little tub of water or something to just submerge the paint. And I was like, yo, Kenny, what's up? I'm like, I don't think I want to try that. And then I've seen people take saran wrap and just like lay saran wrap over their paints. And then, yo, MJ1 today. And I'm like, I don't want to try that neither because when you pull the saran wrap up, then you're losing paint that way. Yeah, send me a pic. But yeah, some kind of vacuum thing that seals it in. Hmm. And I've seen this other paint tray holder that's it's vertical though. So you dab your paint like this instead of going down, because honestly, when you're looking when you're looking down at your paint, and depending on, so that's why I have two lights set up, because depending on how your lighting is, you do get a different, like, color perspective looking this way as opposed to when it's horizontal, exactly like how your canvas is. So you're seeing your canvas in front of you like this, but you're seeing your colors from this perspective. But it doesn't seem like it makes a big difference, but sometimes it does. If your palette is in the exact same lighting position as your canvas. And so I've seen a paint palette that's on a stand, and it's vertical like this, and it has a lid on it too. I don't know if that may be the same thing you're talking about, yo. Yeah, just a little, just a slight tweak in the angle of light will give you a different color hue perspective. Just very minute. The type of light bulbs that you use. So I try to use like daylight bulbs, so that color kind of stays true. Because if your bulbs have a yellowish tint to it, or a dimmer tint to it, then your light source will refract off of your paints, giving your paints a different hue to it. So I don't know. There's a lot of good little things out there that just help artists. Something that helps you uh, seal your paints up so your oils don't dry. Something that helps you prop your stand up. The little thing that you showed me earlier that helps you spin your easel this way or that way so it'll be easier for you to paint from different angles. Um, my brush holder so you can work with multiple brushes at one time without getting messy. There's a bunch of little shit out there that is really fucking cool. Yeah, the daylight bulbs. Hey, Jody, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. We up in this thing on the Sunday morning. Miss Crockett giving all the goddamn, all the views. She giving me all the views. The show appreciate it. We on YouTube, we on Instagram, we in the studio on a Sunday morning doing that art shit. My bad. I'm trying to move YouTube up a little bit so everybody's all in the big group right here. You know what I'm saying? So we can all do the art thing on a Sunday morning. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, ain't no better way to start the day. I don't know how you feel about it. Ain't no better way to start the day. I'm in the studio painting. You know? I like it. I like it a lot. I like starting my mornings off like this. Like I said, my YouTube stream has been going for 56 minutes. Just been chilling. I just been chilling. What time is it? It says 7. So I've been here for about an hour. So I came in here at 6. I was up at like 5, around 5:30. I came in here and turned the heat and everything on. And I said I've been chilling in here since 6 o'clock. It's been an hour and I ain't really, I ain't really do shit yet. I just motherfucking, I just got down drinking coffee and smoking. But we about to get some brushes wet. Damn, I really need to grab my weed because I ain't bring my weed up here. I don't know why I didn't do that. But this giant piece coming out really, really good. I was kind of apprehensive about the armor. I ain't even gonna lie, yo. Even when I first generated it, I was like, yo, this shit right here gonna be fire, but this shit right here gonna be fucking tedious as hell. And I was not wrong. I definitely was not wrong about the tedious part. Alright, we is back. I had to do the little snack grab. I don't know what I want to listen to this morning though. I was quick question. Do you monetize your content on YouTube? How is it not too personal to share? I recently found out Instagram gives me the option to. I can't monetize my YouTube channel. So YouTube has like qualifications for monetization, and I don't meet the qualifications. So you have to have 1,000 subscribers and 300 hours, or is it 600 hours of watch time in 1 year. I don't get 600 hours of watch time in 365 days. I have over 1,000 subscribers, but nobody watches my channel. I have a core following of about 7 people who've been watching my YouTube since I started it. That's about 9 years, almost 10 years, and that's it. Now people come in and subscribe, and they'll every once in a while they'll pop in and watch a video for 3 or 4 minutes. But most of my videos get anywhere between 6 to 18 views. Like, nobody really watches my content. I really do it for I do my YouTube channel for myself because I do like documenting the process of my paintings, and then on top of that, for the handful of people who actually watch the content, because I have good relationships with these guys now. Once again, we've been chatting and communicating for fucking 10 years. They're like some of my better friends, and they really support my art. Most of them have purchased art from me or sent me donations for art supplies. Shit, one of my homies even gave me access to his Apple TV subscription. I'm on his family plan. That's how long me and these motherfuckers been sitting in the studio together, And so I do it for those reasons, and then I do it for the occasional passerby. There may be somebody out there who's just scrolling through Instagram looking for some art shit or something chill and relaxing to watch, and I don't know. I try to make all of my streams just that, is art and education. We'll talk about some smart shit, some funny shit, some dumb shit, and hopefully make some cool art. But I've never really tried to monetize the YouTube. I don't monetize any of my content, and I haven't tried to. When I did look into monetizing the YouTube channel, like, I think I could do it, but I would have to do pre-recorded and edited content in like smaller bites. You would have to do a 10-minute video, or like a anywhere from like a 7 to 10-minute video, like that. But my content is 3 hours, 4 hours, so even for, and especially for people who've never seen my content, when you're scrolling past shit on YouTube and there's a 4-hour video, most people go by that, because who the fuck has 4 hours to watch a fucking video? And so it's already discouraging for people to go back and watch my content that's already uploaded. Let's see how that goes. You got it, bro. You got it, because I've seen some of your, like, when you do make a short edited video, your shit is good. Like, your content is good. So there won't be no problem reaching those milestones. It says you have to have 1,000 subscribers and 300 or 600 watch hours, or you can have 10,000 views on a short, or something like that. 10,000 views on a short. There's several different things you can do to get there, but once again, I don't meet any of the qualifications. Like, one of my shorts, I think the most views I have is not even 1,000 views on a short, and my watch hours for a year, I probably get like half of that. I probably get like 150 hours of watch time on YouTube in a year, maybe, which is enough for me, you know, which is enough for me. But yeah, in order to really get paid from, like, to get paid from your content on a platform like this, you have to make a lot of content. And I do make a lot of content because I stream almost every day. So I make a lot of content, but once again, my shit isn't edited, and it's not in that bite-sized format where you can just like, and I don't, have really catchy thumbnails, and I don't edit the titles to sound really catchy or something like that. And so, like, I can't get the same traction as other content creators. Once again, because on any given day, I'm making at least an hour of content on average. If I really average it out, like, I make at least an hour of content daily, which some people don't do. But once again, it's just I know it's my format and the way that I do it. But for me, it's the easiest way. I turn my camera on, I hit record. That's it. And then after it's done, that shit automatically uploads by itself to the channel, and that's it. I don't add no fucking titles, like I say, no thumbnails. This shit isn't fucking polished or anything. There's no special lighting, no microphones like that. Like, my shit is fucking raw. This shit is raw, and it looks janky as hell, so most people don't even, like I say, my shit get passed over a lot. I'm a diamond in the rough, though. I'm a diamond in the rough, man. Me and my homies talking about, like, trying to figure out a way to get a real show for me. But, cause I've done like a studio show, but we want to expand on it and change it a little bit. So that's still in conversations right now. But I don't know. I feel like, honestly, I feel like if I just had help, once again, if I can just do this part, if I can just make the content and then have somebody else polish that shit up and put all kind of graphics and words and shit to it, then I'm good. I'm good that way. But me trying to do all and everything, I can't do it, man. I don't, and honestly, I don't want to do it. At bare minimum. And I keep really thinking about just doing that once. I might, I might try it. Just to record like 30 minutes of this, of whatever, describing the art, edit that shit down, put some music behind it, and see if it'll get more hits. But I don't know. It just seems like that shit takes so long. All right, we need to paint a little bit. Like I said, I really wanted to. I want to see if there's any new Mid-Journey stuff because the sketch. That dude I sent you, and like you said too, because he even says it in the quote. You know, he puts that shit in Photoshop. But that's what I like too. Like, don't just let the AI generate that shit and then leave it like that. Nah, he took it from that program, threw it in another program, did whatever he did to it. Man, that shit looked so good to me. That shit looks so good. But motherfuckers be using the hell out this Mid-Journey, yo. Let's see what we got going on. If there's anything recent. Mid-Journey 6 videos. Mid-Journey official hours recap from February 22nd. Amazing art made easy. That's 3 weeks ago. One day ago, another massive week in AI news. I might watch that one because that's Matt Wolf from a day ago. I already watched that. 3 weeks, 2 weeks ago, one day ago, AI film news. So this is the biggest thing right now is getting past the images, just still images, and starting to make really short videos. So I've seen, I need that Tyler Perry, this entire production because he saw AI was capable. What? No way, bro. Tyler Perry make too much money, bro. He can't. What? I mean, I gotta read that article. He stopped like. I mean, AI can't make. Yeah, but AI can't make whole movies yet. I mean, even when they had that fucking actors and writers strike, there were still movies coming out. That's crazy though. Now, before I look up this, I gotta look up Tyler Perry Stocks Productions. In the text through his spokesman, Perry confirmed to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution Tuesday evening that his concerns about AI have caused him to hold off on more soundstage and backlot set pieces. It makes me worry so much about all of the people in the business, Perry told the Hollywood Reporter. Uh, Tyler Perry, fearful of AI advances, halts an $800 million film. I don't understand. Okay. It has caused him to hold off on more sound stages and backlot set pieces. That's physical stuff though. That's all physical stuff. Why does AI have you concerned about expanding and building a new sound stage or making new set pieces like fake buildings or fake storefronts or things like that, or making an interior soundstage for a swimming pool scene or a rock climbing scene or something like that? That's all physical stuff. So if I click on the article, uh, do I have to subscribe to this? Don't make me. Yeah, you gotta subscribe to read the. This is from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. They want you to have a subscription before you can read the entire article. So definitely not gonna do that. The Wall Street Journal does the same thing. Like they'll give you like the first little piece of it, then you gotta read. All right, one day ago, The Guardian. Tyler Perry halts. Don't make me subscribe to The Guardian too. Do I need to? Can you read anything on the internet anymore? Shit supposed to be free. Um, Tyler Perry has paused at 800 million expansion of his Atlanta studio complex after the release of OpenAI's video generator Sora that warned that a lot of jobs in the film industry will be lost to artificial intelligence. The U.S. film and TV mogul said he was in the process of adding 12 sound stages to his studio, but has halted these plans indefinitely after he saw demonstrations of Sora and it was quote unquote shocking capabilities. All of that is currently and identifiably indefinitely on hold because the Sora and what I'm seeing, Perry said in an interview with the Hollywood Reporter. I had gotten word over the last year or so that this was coming, but I had no idea until I saw recently the demonstrations of what it's able to do. It's shocking to me. The AI tool was launched on February the 15th with limited access to a few researchers and video creators and caused widespread astonishment with its ability to produce realistic footage a minute long from simple text prompts. Perry, whose success includes the Medea film series, said Sora's achievement meant he would no longer have to travel to locations or build a set. I can sit in my office and do this with my computer, which is shocking to me. Demonstrations released by OpenAI, the developer of the groundbreaking ChatGPT chatbot, show photorealistic scenes in response to prompts such as asking for a shot of people walking through a beautiful snowy Tokyo city where gorgeous sakura petals, sakura, whatever, petals are flying through the wind along snowflakes. And it goes on and on and on and on and on. And so that last video that I wanted to watch on YouTube, Matt Wolf probably talks about this. And once again, like, so now even before I just read that article, when I went to my YouTube scroll, it says, Midjourney offers recap of February 22nd, Midjourney 6 video. But he's talking about OpenAI's video, chat to video source, which is ChatGPT. But Midjourney also is doing the video thing. And so, like I said, months ago, it was able to take an image, just a picture, and generate, like, in the beginning, it was like 3 seconds of footage. It would take that and kind of like make several images and predict like what it would be like for seconds. And then I got longer to like 6 seconds. And then I think it was like 10 seconds. And then people started taking one image, and then you generate the first 10 seconds, and whatever that last frame is, you take that frame, and then you generate 10 more seconds from that frame, and then start piggybacking that shit to make longer, like completely AI generated videos. And so now Tyler Perry said, whoa, 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 whoa. Why the fuck I'm gonna build 12 new Big Rob? Soon I can create a full movie, a story from a story I write. You ain't even gotta write the story. AI gonna write the story, and then you plug that shit into the other AI and tell that AI to make the motherfucking movie for you. Bro, why will I spend $800 million building 12 new sound stages if I could just make that shit on my computer? It's just a matter of time. AI will increase its ability to every aspect of video production. Bro. And this is... So now we're starting to see the capabilities. Because in the beginning, people are like, oh, how will it change things? And now people are just imagining new ways to use this shit. And this is like, did you ever think like, oh, AI is gonna, stop people from building movie sets? Like, nah. But then all those people, like, what kind of experience do you need to be one of those kind of contractors and builders to, really go into the movie industry and help build sets like that? You know what I'm saying? That's probably like a niche market. And now those guys right here, I bet somebody was biting for that contract with Tyler Perry. Like, yo, we about to be paid. This gonna be like a 2-year contract. We gonna be out here working for months. Everybody, this is what he stopped. He what? Oh man, these guys never thought that artificial intelligence would take a fucking construction job from them. You see Will Smith being ate by the spaghetti now. I seen an old video of Will Smith eating spaghetti, but now the spaghetti is eating him. The whole industry gone. This is going to be the year. I said this November, December last year. I was like, yo, 2024 is going to be some crazy shit. This year going to be some crazy shit. The whole blackout on telecommunications, cyber blackout or whatever. People couldn't get their prescriptions and medications filled, but it's just that's just some little shit. AI taking over the movie industry. It's an election year. Wars everywhere. Bro, just keep paying attention to everything that's going on, man. Cause some shit, this is gonna be a weird ass year. And this AI shit gonna get even weirder. So I wanna listen to Matt Wolf's take on another massive week in AI news. He probably brings up this text to video shit for AI making images, movies and shit.
At Full Sail, we take a unique approach to teaching the art of filmmaking.
AI announcements are really ramping up again. Last week was a huge week with Sora and Gemini 1.5
Sora.
and all of the crazy announcements.
That's the first thing he said. And isn't that what Sora is what made Tyler Perry take a pause? As soon as Tyler Perry seen Sora, he was like, whoa, 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 wait a minute. Hello? The 800 million? Nah, hold off on that. No, I'm watching this video right now. And no, it's an AI video. Sora. No, that's the name of it, Sora. Yeah, OpenAI. Yeah, the 800 mil. Pull back. No, let me finish watching the video first, because this might be something different. Okay? Tell all the contractors, nobody. Tell everybody we're gonna hold off indefinitely. That means I don't know when. Maybe never. I'll call you back. And the first thing Matt Wolf say, Sora. So this shit is some big shit, bro. He said that's content right there. Exactly. Now it show how far the AI image generator has improved from the old Will Smith video. Now I definitely got to see this shit, bro. Like I say, he the first. That's the first thing come out his mouth. He said massive AI news and then Sora. So we definitely got to listen to this.
AI announcements are really ramping up again. Last week was a huge week with Sora and Gemini 1.5 and all of the crazy announcements that came out. This week seems to just be picking up where last week I left off. If you take a peek at the tabs across the top of my screen here, I've got a lot to cover. So I'm going to try to move through it pretty quickly because there is a ton of interesting.
Oh, wait a minute. He said Sora was last week, so he's not going to talk about this?
Let's dive in.
I hope he say something about Sora, or I gotta find another video.
Starting with Stable Diffusion 3. This is the new AI art generation model from Stability AI, which claims to have greatly improved performance in multi-subject prompts, image quality, and spelling abilities. Some of these example images we've got here, you can see on the whiteboard it says go big or go home. We've got a Stable Diffusion 3 that looks like it was cut out of magazines and newspaper. We've got a bus that says Stable Diffusion on the side, a sign that says go, a sign that says dream on, and if you look, all of it is actually legible.
Yes,
I don't know
it
how
is.
cherry-picked
What the
these
fuck?
generations are. We don't have access to this quite yet, but the images they're showing here are quite good. You've got an astronaut on Mars or something in front of a donut, an astronaut riding a pig holding an umbrella with a bird wearing a top hat, and the word Stable Diffusion down in the corner. This isn't a watermark. This was generated as part of the AI image here. And I think one thing they're trying to show off with this image is how prompt adherent this model is. With things like DALL-E 3, it's really good at understanding a whole bunch of things stuffed into the prompt. So if you did like a three-headed dragon, wearing a fedora, watching TV, eating nachos, green carpet, and deer painting on the wall, it would probably get all of those things into that image. You look at an image like the one that we've got in the center here, and we've got an astronaut on the moon, wearing a tutu, with a pink umbrella, riding a pig, with a bird, wearing a top hat, and the word Stable Diffusion in the corner. I don't know what the exact prompt is, but just looking at all of the elements in this image, it probably adhered to a pretty complex prompt. Here's a few more examples. We've got this really cool, sort of drippy, colorful painting. We've got, I believe, a chameleon here, some hikers hiking up bananas or something. Now, in the past, one of the big benefits of Stable Diffusion has been the fact that it's completely uncensored. You can generate anything you want. It's open source. People can sort of fine-tune and train their own models on whatever they want. But with Stable Diffusion 3, I do have some concerns. They do say here we believe in safe, responsible AI practices. In preparation for this early preview, we've introduced numerous safeguards. What those safeguards are, I don't know yet, but I'm kind of hoping we still have the ability to generate anything we can imagine. And here's an interesting tweet, followed by a reply from Ahmad, the CEO of Stability AI. So the original tweet here is from Thibaut Zamora, and it says, facts. Stable Diffusion 3 uses similar tech to Sora. 2, Sora can make video and image. So, conclusion, if Stability gets more GPUs, they may train Stable Video based on Stable Diffusion 3 and achieved Sora level. So if we look at the research report put out by OpenAI about Sora from the other day, and we come down to this section called Scaling Transformers for Video Generation, we can actually see that with more
hold on. I gotta find a Sora video, because he's just like backpedaling over the stuff. And so he said Sora from last week. And this is the thing with this AI shit, and that's why I try to check up on it at least every other week. And I haven't specifically looked for any shit this like last week or this week. And so once again, as soon as I pop in here, it's like, what the fuck? And then like Sketch said, like, yo, did you hear this? And it's like, no, I didn't. And so weeks make a big difference with this shit right here. Sora OpenAI. It's all I did was type in SO and it says Sora OpenAI Sora AI video generator. And it's just like, this is hot, and I missed it. I didn't know, like, whenever they dropped this shit. Wow, wait a minute. Wall Street Journal, ABC News, CBS News. Wow, bro. Wait a minute. And I saw this, but is this?
Introducing
Hold
No
on.
Man's Sky Omega, version 4.5.
What you say,
Alright, so this is simultaneously really impressive and really frightening at the same time, and it's hit me in ways that I didn't really expect. So do you remember Will Smith eating spaghetti?
AI
Do you remember when this
problem?
was what AI generated videos looked like? Remember when we said, okay, this AI stuff is cool and all, but clearly there's a long way to go before there's any need for concern. Well,
so that's the Will
welcome to the
Smith.
future, people, because this is also an AI generated video. And so is this, completely synthesized out of thin air by computers. This one too. This is not real. Absolutely ridiculous how far we've come in literally 1 year. This does feel like another
Yo,
ChatGPT
that looks shit. Oh my god, bro.
moment for AI.
Yo,
And
wait a
I'm
minute.
Reacting because, okay, I'm a video creator, so an AI that's actually doing my job, maybe that feels a little more threatening, so I'm particularly impressed by it, but also this stuff is really good. So today, Sam Altman and OpenAI announced a new model called Sora, and it can generate full up to 1 minute video clips
A minute?
from just text input. So the same
60
way
seconds?
Dolly was able to understand our text input and turn it into a photorealistic or stylized image or whatever you want. Same thing with Sora, but now since it's videos, it also needs to understand how all these things like reflections and textures and materials and physics all interact with each other over time to make a reasonable looking video. And of course, right away, there's a bunch of examples on their website that are crazy. Now, before I show you these, I just need you to keep this in mind. You're about to watch a bunch of AI generated videos, and you know that you're about to watch a bunch of AI generated content. So your brain, you're already looking for this stuff, and it's not perfect. You will find imperfections, but not everybody who sees AI generated content on the internet knows to be looking for that, so also keep that in mind. This is also the worst that this technology is going to be from here on out. So okay, here's one of the videos.
And
there's no audio to any of these clips.
that's the thing. It's only gonna get better. This is the worst it will ever be. The hands. Oh, the hands don't look right. The hands don't look right. And I'm just like, give it a year. Give it a year. That's all it needs. Next year, no problem. Now the hands are so good. Like, it's okay, video. And then of course with the video you're gonna find all kind of flaws in it. How long have we had the internet? 96, 97, something like that, when it really launched out to the public. How long have we had all this AI stuff? Basically 2 years. This is ground zero, phase one, all of this shit, even Dolly 3 and Midjourney 6, all this shit is still phase one. This is like so early in the game right now. But people who are in the industry, who fuck with this technology, who deal with production studios and computer graphic studios and CGI and animation and big ass budgets, already see the potential in this, and they're saying, "Oh, wait a minute, maybe I don't need a physical space anymore." Why would I spend money on a physical space when the AI is going to give me the ability to do this inside my computer? This is fucking crazy.
But the prompt for this one is: a stylish woman walks down a Tokyo street filled with warm, glowing neon and animated city signage. She wears a black leather jacket, a long red dress, and black boots. This video is already miles ahead of where we were. It has accurate lighting, it has materials, it has skin tones, movements, it even has reflections all over the place. Now, of course, if you look at it for more than about 10 seconds very closely, there are lots of giveaways. Like this dude in the background kind of looks like he's gliding in a weird way. The frame rates and the reflections in the water are for some reason lower than the rest of the video. The camera movement overall is just a bit inconsistent, and it just, I don't know, it just kind of feels a little bit off. But then again, this is where we were 1 year ago.
A year
so
ago.
Just keep that in the back of your head for all this. Okay, how about this one? This is another one which has a long prompt about a camera following behind a white vintage SUV with a black roof rack as it speeds up a steep dirt road.
Bruh.
This is also, again, for all this. Okay, how about this one? This is another one which has a long prompt about a camera following behind a white vintage SUV with a black roof rack as it speeds up a steep dirt road. This is also, again, really good. This kind of looks a little more video gamey because of how rock solid the drone footage is.
Exactly, but
Clearly
still.
very usable. Here's another one. A litter of golden retriever puppies playing in the snow. Their heads pop in and out of the snow, covered in it. It's so good. It feels like the physics of the fur and the ears and everything.
Yo,
with
that's
the snow
fake.
flying
Oh my
around
God,
in slow
bro.
motion is incredible. I've looked through all the sample videos on OpenAI's website, and proof.
Yo. What level we up to now? 6? Yeah, Midjourney 6, exactly. What's gonna happen when they get to fucking 10 and 12 when it's double? Yo, this right here.
Clearly very usable.
No, watch
Here's
the
another one.
dogs.
A
Look
litter
at
of
this
golden
shit, bro.
retriever puppies playing in the snow. Their heads pop in and out of the snow, covered in it. It's so good. It feels like the physics of the
Bro,
fur
that's
and
not-
ears and everything, with the snow flying around.
Okay. All right. So we're doing that. Okay, that's today. That's today. Now, December time. Let's say June, July, and then Christmas, December. Where will this be in December? And then where will it be next February? Once again, just one more year from now. If they can make fucking... Yo, Sketch, you still in here? I gotta show you this one too. Bro, if they doing this shit right here, and this is AI generated? Bro, these puppies are not real?
Heads pop in and out of the snow, covered in it.
With
It's
snow?
so good. It feels like the physics of the fur and the ears and everything, with the snow flying around in slow motion, is incredible. I've looked through all the same.
Bro, if that's where we're at now, next year, okay, I see why Tyler Perry said, wait a minute, nigga. I don't need that. Yeah, that's fucking crazy, son. That's so crazy.
Videos on OpenAI's website, and clearly these are the hand-picked best ones that they chose to share, where they just put in some text and then get a video and don't modify it. But there's really impressive stuff in there. Some of it has humans, some of it doesn't. Some of it is more realistic feeling, like the truck driving one, but some of them are more video gamey or more stylized. A lot of it is slow motion. I just have to say, how insanely fast these models are improving is genuinely, like, that's the shocking part. Like, I remember not even that many months ago, DALL-E 3, really, really high end, and you could always still find something off about it. Like, especially if you ask it for something like a photorealistic image of a human, something about, like, the hands or the ears would always just be a little bit off. Never mind the physics. But even this video here is crazy at first glance. The prompt for this AI-generated video is a young man in his 20s is sitting on a piece of a cloud in the sky reading a book. This one feels like 90% of the way there for me. Like, it's beyond the uncanny valley of, like, Apple's personas, which are actually based on humans. This is a made-up person. I mean, his eyes are kind of weird, and the motion of the pages in the book are kind of odd. And yeah, obviously he's in a cloud, and that's a giveaway, but, like, the lighting and the shadows and the skin tones, and then all the realism of the textures on the shirt and the way the shirt and the pants move and the hair,
man.
They're all really impressive. And then for this one, they typed in a movie trailer featuring the adventurers of the 30-year-old spaceman wearing a red wool knitted motorcycle helmet, blue sky, salt desert, cinematic style, shot on 35mm film. And the close-ups of his face, the fabrics on the helmet, the film grain through every shot, and the cinematic style, this is one of the most convincing AI-generated videos I've ever seen.
Yo, this shit feels weird. Yo, this shit feels. Yo, that is this so. Yeah, that is so weird watching this though. Like, all of that is AI generated, bro. Okay, so my whole concept was watching out for the deep fakes, where there's a a human element, either standing in and actually acting and voicing, and then the AI is adding a digital overlay to change the voice and image to look and sound like someone else, or someone actually building out a model, or using previous images and videos to compile a digital version of a person or a character to present as real. But yo, with this shit, you can just whole cloth just make some shit with no real physical foundation. Like, yo, this is, I don't know. Yeah, and this movie trailer thing, yo, the more I'm watching this shit, bro, I'm sweating a little bit right now. What the fuck? Okay, so this is phase one of their Sora. They're just introducing Sora, February 2024. So February 2028, less than 5 years from now, will this thing be able to whole cloth make even a short film? Tyler Perry backed out an $800 million project because he sees the potential in this. This is fucking huge, man.
So Sam Altman, if you follow him on Twitter, he's going through a whole bunch more of, like, people's requests and posting a bunch more generated videos. And so if you want to check out his profile, you can see those. But here's the thing about these AI generated videos now, as good as they've gotten to this point. They can and will pass as real videos to people who are not looking for AI generated videos. Now, that is obviously insanely sketchy during an election year in the U.S. and also terrifying for a bunch of other internet-related reasons.
Everybody can.
But it's also,
we're all going to see like the implications to be able to manipulate people, and once again, especially older people who still who aren't even tech savvy now, because they have to have their their grandkids or their niece set up their new phone for them, or set up their email for them or some shit like that, and when they watch the news or watch whatever, once again, some people aren't looking for propaganda. They're not looking to be duped. They're not looking to be fooled with fake images on TV. Now this shit can make up to a minute of content, and it just did this whole fucking fake movie trailer. You can just make commercials now, because most commercials are in a sweet spot of 15 seconds. 30 seconds is a long commercial. Anything over 30 seconds is basically an infomercial nowadays. So if it can already generate up to 60 seconds of content, I mean, why would Coca-Cola hire, a small team of people to, write, organize and script the commercial, then hire, the actors and film crew and everybody to record it, and then you gotta hire the post-production staff to edit it and cut it down and make it glossy, and the sound people to add the music. Like, I don't even know how much a commercial costs to produce nowadays. You know what I'm saying? Definitely a goddamn few $1,000s for a 15-second commercial. But what if you can just do that shit with a prompt? Coca-Cola commercial, fighter jet pilot jumps out of a flaming plane, parachutes down into a jungle, and happens to stumble across a vending machine inside of a tree. You can make up any fucking weird ass shit. 15 seconds, there you go. Commercial.
Perfect for stock footage. Like, there are already all kinds of presentations and advertisements and then PowerPoints that are in need of oddly specific stock videos, and these AI-generated videos are already good enough to 100% pass for that purpose. Like, look at this one. This one with the waves at Big Sur, this drone shot. Honestly, if I saw this on Twitter, I wouldn't even think twice.
Nope.
I'd be like, oh, nice drone shot, dude. Wouldn't even think about AI if I wasn't pixel peeping at like the way the water was moving. Like, this is a totally usable video in an ad for some California-based product. And that has all sorts of implications for the drone pilot that no longer needs to be hired, for all the photographers.
And that's, once again, that shit just came online. People are, in the last 10 years have just started getting to go into business for that shit. You actually have to have a license for your drone to be a legit drone pilot. And this is a new career because the drone technology is still fairly new. Once again, especially to the public, it just got really popular in the last decade or so, or a little bit longer. And then those people took it from just some hobby shit, and now you can have real businesses with it. And people are still gonna need a lot of that shit, Some people want their weddings to be filmed or photographed, from different angles, and drones are still good with that. Like the sport aspect of it, because a lot of people race drones. But yeah, for drone shots and commercials and shit like that, now that you would have to pay a drone pilot to go capture something for you, this shit is crazy. Now it's all kind of shit that I wasn't even thinking about. And once again, fairly new, different careers that just came online in the past 10, 20 years. They're already going to be obsolete. I can imagine that the Super Bowl commercials with AI incorporated, definitely right there. And once again, how much are you going to save on these big production commercials now? And then when artists and entertainers really do start leasing out their likeness and having these new contracts, just like that episode of Black Mirror where Jane is awful, you know, where the one actor knew, like, yeah, I'm on a TV show, but it's not me. They just have my likeness and my voice, and they just make a show without me being there, but I get paid as an actor. You know, so stunt doubles and all that shit is gonna be gone. It's gonna get so good that we don't actually have to do these stunts with a physical person. I don't know. Well, you know, we've been having this conversation all last year. What's going on, bro? How you week? Hey, bro, I'm just chilling in the studio, dog. You already know when you catch me in here doing this, it's a good day. If I'm in here doing this, it's definitely a good day. I'm gonna take a bathroom break, but I'll be right back. The coffee getting to me.
Photographers whose footage no longer needs to be licensed to show up in that ad that's being made. It's already that good. There's always stuff like this wall of TVs, which would be a totally expensive and difficult thing to shoot with a camera and all of these old expensive props. But if you can just generate it this well with reflections and the environment and everything else around it, I mean, why do it any other way? It's also very capable of historical themed footage. So this is supposed to be California during the gold rush. It's AI generated, but it could totally pass for the opening scene in an old Western with the right music over it. How long until an entire ad, every single shot is completely generated with AI? Or what about an entire YouTube video? Or an entire movie? I'm tempted to say like we're a long way away from that because, you know, this still has flaws clearly and there's no sound and there's a long way to go with the prompt engineering to iron these things out. But then again, the spaghetti was like a year ago. Now, actually, like that OpenAI on their website, they show some of the downfalls too of this particular model. And because who would know better than the people who have been using it? This is a very private tool, by the way, right now. It's in super limited access, so it's in the hands of red teamers, which basically means people testing it, pushing the limits, trying to break it, and a few trusted creators. But they have found plenty of weird edge stuff. Like this clip here of a bunch of gray wolf pups. Looks normal at first, but then it's pretty clear that something's kind of off with the way they're just kind of appearing out of nowhere and walking through each other. That's kind of weird. Or this clip of a guy running on a treadmill, which, I mean, I don't really have to say much more about why this one's weird, but this is my favorite one. Again, just try to put yourself in the mind of someone who's not expecting AI. You're just scrolling through Facebook or Twitter or something, right? So you just see this video. So first, I just want you to watch this clip as if it's just a stock video you found of a grandma celebrating her birthday, and just try to think like,
what was that thing called? The Guardian, or no, not the Guardian.
60,
it was a
65. Maybe it's the big 7-0. She seems to really like that cake. And did you see it? Did you catch that? I'm gonna play it again, but this time watch the video knowing that AI generated photos and videos have trouble accurately doing hands. I'll play it again. And now it feels super obvious. Like every time you watch it, watch a different set of hands. It gets weirder and weirder. You can watch it like 5 times and there's dead giveaway after dead giveaway. Not even mentioning the weird inconsistencies with the direction of the wind on the candles. But even as I'm saying all that, even as it's coming out of my mouth, I can't help but remember that 12 months ago we were critiquing this. So what does this all mean? Well, I mean, there's what it means now, and there's what it means for the future.
That's what I'd be thinking.
Now,
the future.
Sora, this thing that they've made, is clearly a really impressive video generation AI tool that is both going to fool people and also be very useful. There's also a watermark in the bottom corner of every video generated by it. So if you see one of those videos and ideally it hasn't been cropped out, then that's at least a pretty clear indicator that it's AI generated. It's a Sora video. But also I do think they're going to have to be very careful with this. They're going to have a whole bunch of safety stuff to keep in mind. I think they'll probably have to be even more safe than DALL-E. Like, you shouldn't be able to generate people's likenesses. Like, you shouldn't be able to make a politician look like they're doing something on video, especially this year. You probably won't be able to make Will Smith eating spaghetti, but it also definitely means stock video generation is absolutely going to take a dent out of video licensing. Like, I can basically guarantee that. Like, logistically, why would anyone making something pay for footage of a house in the cliffs when they can generate one for free or for a small subscription price? Like, that is the real scary part of what this tool implies. But in the future, it gets pretty existential, man. I mean, okay, if this is trained on all videos that have ever been made by humans, then surely it can't be innovative or creative in ways that humans haven't.
What's for Bad Boys 3? Is that the movie that's not, was Tyler Perry doing that? You know what? I almost remember seeing something about a possible Bad Boys 3. Or was there? Wait a minute. Did they already do a Bad Boys 3? I want to see Spaghetti eating Will Smith.
Oh, that's hot. That is hot. Keep my wife's spaghetti out your fucking mouth. Get me spaghetti with it. Woo! What the fuck am I doing with my life?
Really? That's what that shit looks like now?
So that's how they're growing so fast. They're hiring freelancers. Look what they're doing with AI experts.
Unbelievable. That dog almost looks real.
Hey everyone, here's a recap of the Midjourney office hours from February 22nd. And this video is brought to you by you. It's my goal to keep this channel sponsor free. For $5 a month, you can support me on Patreon and get access to multiple prompts per week. There's over 45 prompts waiting for you now if you want to check it out. The main things they're working on. First is the next version of the website with more social features. They're testing with guides and mods soon. Then hopefully, after 1 or 2 rounds of testing, it will be ready for everyone. David said there are a lot of features and it's going to be tough to get it all right. Then he spoke about character consistency and he sounded pretty excited. He said it's starting to look pretty good. But what does character consistency actually mean? It's a bit of an open question. And he said the feature will probably start simple and then they'll come out with a super version eventually. I think that means we'll probably just be able to keep a similar face from scene to scene, maybe not clothing off the start, I'm not sure. He also said that we will probably get a color reference feature after that. He noted that it shouldn't be too hard for them to implement it. As far as some new aesthetic stuff, David said it's trickier than they thought, and there might be another update for body coherence. They also want to make V6 faster, noticeably faster for everyone, and it could be faster than version 5. As far as version 6.1 goes, maybe, maybe not. He thinks he might want his team to work on the version 7 model, but that whole process can't really be sped up more than it already is. It sounds like a bit of a balancing act. He did bring up the prospect of releasing a video feature for version 6, or do they just hold out until version 7? He said V7 video would be way better than V6. Actually, he said individual image frames look good in V6, but I guess when it plays, it has the usual issues that other generators have. As far as a style tuner goes, David said he's on the fence. He wants it to be a lot better than it currently is, and still feels like it should be called a model tuner. But I'm saying it doesn't sound like they're actually close to reintroducing that feature. He noted that he is worried about adding so many features while the technology keeps changing. If it was stable, sure, people would have time to learn it all. But if the technology changes every 3 to 6 months, then it's a little scary to just make workflows obsolete overnight. You might find this interesting. He said they might have to be more strict on moderation for character consistency, meaning they probably won't let us take a picture of anyone we want and depict them as suffering. They're thinking of either letting us import Midjourney images only, or letting us import external images. If it's external, they would need more strict rules. He did mention ControlNet, and he is not happy with how it's been looking. And another interesting thing, he said they could have some partnerships with other AI labs this year. That sounds sort of like an API, and that's the first time he's even considered that, publicly at least, so that could lead to some pretty exciting collaborations. And if you like the art in this video, here is the prompt. It's super simple. Your subject, vintage travel poster, risograph style, vintage. I use Stylize 40 and 100 and Chaos 2. I really like Stylize 40 though. It was definitely my favorite. Special thanks to Mary Green. I found this prompt over on the Midjourney website. If you want a better look at some of my pictures, you can follow me over on Instagram at FutureTechPilot. I hope you're doing well. Take care.
Are you sick of having issues with your webinars, wasting tons of time on troubleshooting with attendees? If so, you need StreamYard On Air. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce the launch of StreamYard On Air. StreamYard On Air is a live webinar platform. You can host a webinar, an event, or a live stream on StreamYard, or embed it on your site. With a simple registration page, you can collect all of the emails and names of your viewers. Your attendees don't have to create an account, and they don't have to download clunky webinar software. StreamYard On Air is redefining webinar stability. This means it's as stable as platforms like YouTube Live, but with all the features.
Prediction for AGI would roughly match that, which I think Rick as well at one point said 2029. That's roughly my guess too, give or take a year. So if it takes like an additional 6 months or 12 months for AGI, that's really not a big deal. If it's like spending a year to make sure AGI is safe, probably worthwhile. If that's what it takes. But I wouldn't expect it to be a substantial slowdown.
Elon Musk stuns everyone with his prediction that we will achieve full AGI by 2029. That's just 6 years away. While acknowledging the complexity of the task, he expresses confidence in the progress being made. He emphasizes the importance of maintaining safety and regulation in AGI development. He believes that healthy competition and collaboration among different entities will drive innovation and ensure responsible advancements in AGI technology. It's no secret that AI remains a complex and enigmatic domain, but Elon Musk's extensive involvement with the Tesla AI team has given him an inside look into the realities of real-world AI development. Speaking of Tesla AI, Elon Musk have discovered that in Tesla, they managed to figure out something key in AI development that many other people haven't, and they couldn't believe it when they figured it out.
I can't speak in too much detail about what Tesla's figured out, but except to say that in broad terms, the answer was much simpler than we thought. We were too dumb to realize how simple the answer was. But, over time, we get a bit less dumb. So I think that's what we'll probably find out with AGI as well.
Elon Musk sheds light on an important realization within Tesla's journey. Sometimes the most significant breakthroughs come from simplifying complex problems. While he can't share specific details, Musk hints at a shift in perspective that could lead to profound advancements in AGI development. Elon Musk's prediction of AGI arriving by 2029 has been a topic of great interest and speculation. Now, let's compare his prediction to the insights provided by Ray Kurzweil. Ray Kurzweil, a highly respected futurist and inventor, has made groundbreaking predictions about the exponential growth of technology and its implications for artificial intelligence. His concept of the law of accelerating returns suggests that progress in technology is not linear but exponential, doubling in each interval. This concept has already been supported by empirical evidence in previous timelines. He reveals that technological progress doesn't follow a predictable linear path. Instead, it skyrockets exponentially, doubling in each interval. Think of it as a roller coaster ride through the stratosphere of innovation. And guess what? Ray Kurzweil's predictions have already hit the bullseye multiple times. From the explosive growth of the internet to the mind-bending power of artificial intelligence, he has been eerily accurate. In the 2030s, Ray Kurzweil envisions a world where we connect our brains directly to cloud-based artificial intelligence through neural interfaces. Imagine having the power of AI seamlessly integrated into your very being, turning you into a superhuman capable of feats that were once the stuff of legends. Well, doesn't this technology sound familiar? Yes, that's what Neuralink is trying to build right now. But wait, there's more. Ray Kurzweil also envisions the widespread adoption of intelligent nanotechnology in the 2030s. This technology would allow us to manipulate matter at the molecular and atomic levels, revolutionizing sectors such as healthcare and manufacturing.
Yo, we was talking about that last night. The Borderland movie with Kevin Hart. And I'll say it all the time. I am not a Kevin Hart fan. And most of the time I don't watch movies because he's in it. I don't find him funny at all. The one movie I ever watched from him was Soul Plane, and that's like one of his earlier movies. And I think I watched that because of the cast. It had a lot of people in there. Monique was in there, and Snoop, and a few other people were in there. I'm not gonna lie. I think I thought that was like a Snoop Dogg movie. And then I just seen him, he has 2 films out right now, 2 new movies. Something where it's him and a team of people and they're like robbers or something, or thieves, and they're trying to like steal art or some treasure, or I don't know. I just saw the preview for it like once, and then I say the algorithm just makes you watch commercials sometimes. So I see the preview for Borderlands. I'm like, that's the same name as the video game. And then, yo, my man, what's good, bro? And then I'm like, wait a minute. Let me watch this thing right here. Borderlands, the movie? I was like, oh snap, I might have to see. And then I see Kevin Hart, and I'm like, oh my god, how did he get a role in this movie? Who put him in? Man. And then at the same time, I'm always really hesitant to watch any kind of crossover because it's really hard to do. Either way you cross it over, it's hard to make a comic book into a movie. It's hard to make a Japanese anime into a live action movie. It's hard to make a movie into a video game. It's hard to make a video game into a movie. And because they come from different substrates. And so to convert that over, and then when you convert it over, you're trying to reach the maximum audience possible. And so you have to change different aspects of the original material to reach a wider audience who aren't familiar with the original material, at the same time keeping it close enough so that the people who do know the original material still want to support the new project as well. So there's always this weird balancing act when it comes to, yo, my man was good, bro. When it comes to like films like that. And then, like I say, I'm not a really big fan of Kevin Hart to start with, so I don't know. I want to see it because I love the fucking video game so much. Like, one of my favorite video game series, really, Borderlands, was really, really good. And so I kind of want to see maybe what they did with the movie, but not really. That's like the Dragon Ball Z live action movie. Never saw it. And I don't want to see it. I don't ever want to see that. The live action Ghost in the Shell movie, never saw it. Don't ever plan on seeing it. The live action Cowboy Bebop. Now, I watched that. I think I watched the first 2 episodes, and that's because it was on Netflix and you can just click on it. And then I was like, nope, never didn't. I just got like maybe the first 2 episodes. I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'm so good on this. I don't know. I don't like when they try to take things from the original, and so I just be like, leave this shit alone. Just leave it alone. You know, I don't know. Is there any kind of crossovers that were good that you guys like? Say, I think sometimes the easiest thing to do is to make a novel into a movie, because it's basically a script anyway. But then at the same time, when you read the novel, it's always so much better than the movie. So it's just hard to, I don't know. I think it's a really tough thing, and you have to be really creative and have a good set of writers to cross anything over. Some good adaptations that came from something else. Even the Hitman movies, that was based on the video game with Agent 47. Never saw those, just because I love the video game so much. It was like, do I want to just sit here and waste my time and ruin this shit? But here we go with a Borderlands movie. If they get it wrong, we will let them know. I know that's right, bro. He's the mutt of Hollywood. Oh damn, you're not wrong about that, bro. You're not wrong. Like, I don't know, it's just even like the previews of most of his movies, it's just like, I don't know, I don't want to watch that. And it's kind of like, I guess I'm not a fan of a lot of newer shit anyway. I feel like I'm getting old and grumpy. And, you know, back in my day, a movie was a movie. I watched Chuck Norris and Denzel Washington. You ever seen Trading Places with Eddie Murphy? Now that's a movie. Beverly Hills Cop, Part 1 and 2, 48 Hours. That's acting, you know? That shit nowadays. Even when I think of Kevin Hart too, like him and The Rock, when they did like all those movies together, they're in so many movies together. And now I feel the same way about The Rock. Like, I really can't think of the one. I can't think of a Rock movie that I've. Oh, okay. So it was him and Stifler from American Pie. That guy, and The Rock was like a bounty hunter, and he was chasing down Stifler or something. And they wound up like teaming up somehow. See, I can't even think of the name of the movie, but I remember I saw that one. And I think that's like the only movie with The Rock in it that I've ever seen. And then they started doing like all the Jumanji films. And man, like I actually seen Robin Williams' Jumanji. But when they started doing all the remakes to it with Kevin Hart, I'm like, ah, shit. Well, can't watch that anymore. You turned 67. Jeez. Let's say I'm a granddad. Granddad, you do know that light-skinned hoe is a hoe, right? That's what's up, man. 67. That's what's up. I'm trying to see numbers like that. I'm trying to see all the big numbers, man. My one coworker, she's 65, I think. And her mom is still alive. Her mom is 91. I'm trying to be like that, yo. I'm trying to be around to see my great grandkids. Longevity. Longevity is the ultimate prize. People don't realize that sometimes, man. Yo, getting old is a motherfucking privilege. Getting old is a privilege. I'm trying to get old, man. I'm trying to get old. I want to be so old that people complain about that shit. He said, my mom, 87. That's what's up. That good 20 years apart. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I want to be so old people complain about me. Nah, granddad done shit himself again. You need to change him. You change him. I changed him last time. You change him. I'm getting tired of changing his ass. I'm trying to be that old. I'm trying to have people remind me about everything. Granddad, wear your glasses. You gotta wear your teeth. You know you got 2 different shoes on? Nah, pop, you gotta put the same shoes on, man. You got 2 different shoes on. Yo, appreciate it. I'm trying to find what Elon Musk said recently in his, because I watched the one clip, but they all got it all chopped up.
Designer, here are 4 Wix Studio features you gotta know. So this whole...
So I really think, damn. I really think, I need to find some kind of AI company to invest in quick. Is OpenAI, is their shit, are they publicly traded yet? I know for a while there was like a non-profit where you can't buy shares of stock for OpenAI. I need to buy some of this shit, yo. Cause this shit right here yo. Okay. Yeah. I think I gotta do some research today on which of these companies got some open shit. Because this shit about to get crazy this year. Nvidia, if anybody want another stock tip, Nvidia, yo, buy some Nvidia right now if you can, cause that shit gonna be booming. I'm telling you right now, man. Nvidia is definitely booming. They video graphics cards. is what they're doing. So what are they saying right now? Oh, AI can make videos. Yeah, but even your phone, your computer, everything has to have a graphics card in it to generate the images you see. Who's one of the leading companies for that shit? I'm lucky there. No glasses, and I have all my teeth. Still got a full head of hair. This man living a good life. I know that's right. I think that's one thing. I am a little worried, but not too much, because when I look at my uncles on my mom's side, they go gray, but they don't go bald. Like two of my uncles, and they're in their 60s now. Yeah, because I'm in my mid 40s. That's weird that they're so old. Not so old, but you know, at that age, because I can remember them when they were my age. But yeah, they have their hair is snow white, but they still have a full head of hair though. And even I can remember my grandmother's brother. When he passed, he was in his late 70s. He was like 77 or something like that, and he had a full head of hair when he passed. Like full head of hair. It was all gray, but not a goddamn bald spot in sight. And they say it comes from your mom's side, I guess, hair loss, or more of what happens with your hair comes from your mom's side of the family. So I'm thinking I may be a little lucky in that department where I don't have to worry about hair loss, but we'll see.
We've been talking about Sora, OpenAI's new mind-blowing video generation model, but there's been tons of other insane AI news happening behind the scenes. But first, let's start with this. Elon Musk jumps on Twitter/X in a live Spaces conversation, and here Elon Musk explains the intersection of AGI and potentially seeing if it might help us figure out if we do indeed live in a simulation or not. And he does it all while I think one of his kids is trying to climb on top of his head.
So I'm wondering if we could propose another Turing test, a different definition of AGI, which would be actually coming up with new laws of physics or new complete paradigms of physics, rather than just, physics is a base layer of reality, and you always quote that, right?
Well, I think you can certainly have AI would not realize it's a simulation, which may be the case for us right now, and that would have a true physics engine and thus experience sensations in the same way. The simulation hypothesis does explain some elements of quantum mechanics, such as only collapsing the probability distribution when you look at something. Like, why would something be only true when you look at it? Well, if it's rendering in real time, then that's actually how a video game works. Like, let's say in World of Warcraft or something, and you walk through a forest and a rat appears. But before that, was there a rat or not a rat? There was only a probability of a rat, and the rat only became real when you looked at that direction. That collapsed the probability space, and the rat appeared. So I think emergent theory actually explains a lot of things that seem quite mysterious, the Schrodinger's cat situation. The universe may seem infinite to us, but frankly, if I was creating a simulation of this reality, I would put the stars far enough away that we do not have to simulate the details of the planets. And in fact, that is the situation. So you really just have to simulate with high fidelity what is observed on our planet. A much easier task than trying to simulate world reality. And I was joking that when the James Webb Telescope went up, that maybe the reason for the delays was that the simulators needed to bring more computers online, because now that we could see further, they needed to improve the fidelity of their simulation. So like their equivalent of Amazon Web Services or something.
There was this interesting back and forth between Elon Musk and Neil deGrasse Tyson. That's this guy right here. So he's talking about idea that Elon Musk presented. I saw it once at some forum and somebody asked him a question. The idea is basically this. So imagine that there's something called the base reality. This is the original physical universe. And eventually it gets enough scientific progress and computers and ability to do calculations to create their very own simulation of their own universe or something similar. So they create it. And this thing evolves until eventually it evolves far enough to create its own simulation of its own universe, and down it goes, forever. So
now that world evolves and they develop computing power.
Right.
And they say, we want to play video games.
So now we're going to make a world.
So then they make a world, and then they make a world, all the way on down.
Right.
It could be hundreds, thousands, billions, infinite.
Elon Musk's question was, what was the chance that we are living in this base reality? I mean, if you can imagine this thing stretching down forever. As Neil deGrasse Tyson explained it, basically the chances would be something, 1 in a million, 1 in a trillion, 1 in some astronomically large number, that we are indeed in the base reality.
Hundreds of records to update. How on earth are you going to do that?
Well, I have...
One by one, of course. Oh, that was easy. Hey, wait, you're leaving. What about that?
Okay.
So there's 1 in a zillion, you're in the real universe, and 999 zillion to 1
That's
you're
your simulation.
That convinced me.
And that was Elon Musk's point, that the chance of us living in a non-simulated world is very low, right, if you kind of follow this idea.
And I don't want to be convinced. I didn't like it.
But Neil said he did not like that idea, and he actually spent a lot of time trying to come up with an explanation of why that was not the case. And he did. Basically, the idea is this, that what all these universes, these simulated universes have in common is they're advanced enough to have a simulated universe kind of underneath them. In other words, somewhere in some lab, they have a computer running a simulation of the entire universe that's within that universe. We, right now, currently, as far as we know, we do not. Which means either we are living at the very last sort of universe in this chain, the one that hasn't yet developed its own sub-reality, sub-universe. So either that, and we have, multiple universes above us, or maybe just one, the original base layer, base reality, or we are base reality. We are the sole universe. So if you think of it that way, the chances of us living in a simulated reality goes from 1 in, bazillion, some large amount, like a very low chance, to, it's 50-50, right? Either we're at the bottom of this long chain, or we're in base reality, 50-50. Those are much better odds.
Either we are the real one,
right,
or we're the one in the chain that's still evolving. So the odds of us being a simulation goes from a gazillion to 1. It flips, 50-50. Wow. And I'm good with that.
However, now we're rapidly approaching the time when we might be able to build entire world simulators. OpenAI is talking about it. NVIDIA is talking about it. Here's Dr. Jim Fan, AI researcher at NVIDIA, talking about how the ultimate sort of AI/robot would be a foundation agent that is able to sort of generalize
there he
across
just
realities.
What did you say? NVIDIA is at 200. Oh, I'm telling you, yo. NVIDIA and Symbot Inc. Symbotic Inc. are the top 2. Yeah, NVIDIA, bro. I just did another, I think $50. Every pay period, I just try to buy something, a little something, but NVIDIA seems to be where it's at, and once again, you can hear in these videos now in the title of this clip, it says Elon Musk's statement shocks the entire reality. AGI, living in a simulation, G-Rock, Q-Star, and Gemma. Didn't say anything about NVIDIA or anything in the title of this clip, and we've already watched a little over 5 minutes of this clip, and eventually he talks about NVIDIA because they are one of the leaders in helping to produce the graphics cards for all of this AI stuff. So, and now you said, what's the other one? Symbiotic? around 135%. Okay, I think it'll be a stretch for me to do it, but still I may have to dump another $50 into the stock market. I'll do it today and just have it set up for tomorrow, because they close stocks on the weekend, so it'll be there ready to purchase tomorrow. Because once again, this is not going to stop, and so whatever shares these are right now, man, in another 3, 4, 5, 6 years, woo, boy. And if it does fluctuate, just stay cautious, watch the market, figure out when you need to pull out or not, or hold tight or buy more. Because I'm not betting on investment to be my retirement, but definitely to help like pad my retirement a little bit. If you can invest enough in the right companies, like, and get dividends, you can keep most of your stocks and use that to invest in other stuff. But yeah, definitely I try to tell everybody, look into NVIDIA, at least that one.
OpenAI is talking about it. NVIDIA is talking about it. Here's Dr. Jim Fan, AI researcher at NVIDIA, talking about how the ultimate sort of AI/robot would be a foundation agent that is able to sort of generalize across realities. They can be trained in a simulation that would translate to the real world. They would be able to take any form, any shape. They would sort of seamlessly be able to navigate between simulations and reality. Or as he puts it, if you imagine this robot being able to navigate 10,000 different simulations, then you can simply think of the 10,001st simulation being our reality. For that agent, it would be just another Tuesday, just another reality that it was able to generalize across. And this is what we're seeing here with this robot training in.
Oh damn! Now I wasn't looking at the screen, but as I'm listening as well, that was the next point that I was going to make, is that if they can train, JP Morgan is creating investment AI. Wow. Oh shit. But now it's everybody's talking about the humanoid robots and everything. Are they going to be viable in the workforce? And how can we train them, and how can they learn and function, at a high proficiency rate? And so you train the AI model in a virtual simulation, and you train the AI model as if it were the robot. And in a couple of days, you can run, several thousand hours of training and simulations, if not more. And then you take that AI and put it into the physical real robot, download it into the robot, and then just tell it to go ahead and continue with what the fuck you were doing. And now you got a fully autonomous humanoid robot that can perform human level activities at a high proficiency, because it was trained inside of a simulated model for 3,000 hours, 3,000 virtual hours.
Isaac Jim, and then that robotic wheel-looking thing being able to generalize that to the real world. All the skills that it learned in simulation translate seamlessly almost into the real world. It's funny because if you go back just a few years ago, people would talk about this idea of the real world creating a simulated world. And 5+ years ago, people would wonder, well, what was the purpose of creating this simulated world? Right? This thing that runs the simulation, it gives us everything. It gives us, lives and the universe, everything, right? But why? And people would wonder and say things like, well, maybe it's because they wanted to see how things could unfold in the past, in history, or in Rick and Morty, that simply the universe was there basically as a car battery. The people in it basically existed to generate energy to run the guy's car. The point is, 5 years we didn't really know what use a simulation was to the real world. Kind of do now. It's becoming really obvious. And the reason is data. These robotic hands running in a simulation, learning to twirl a pen, are very useful to us. Millions of them sitting there forever twirling pens, or learning how to walk, or juggling a ball, or whatever, is very, very useful to us because it provides data that we can extract and use it in the real world. If our guesses are correct about how Sora used the Unreal Engine to maybe generate some of this data that was used for training that model, then that would be an example of a sort of simulation, a 3D simulation being used to generate data for some higher function, in this case, this AI model. This is kind of an important thing to understand because in the last maybe 5 years or so, our perception of, running a simulation went from, that's cool, that's science, it might be useful, how interesting, to now it's money. It's the new gold because it produces data. Data is the new oil, and various simulations are the oil wells. Unreal Engine produces data for a video engine. This robot in a simulation picking up boxes and putting into a cart translates into a real robot capable of doing that. Think about how much, for example, Amazon could benefit from having something like this that is able to, it's probably not going to have wheels on its hands, but you get the idea. Robots could be extremely useful. These sorts of dexterous, mobile, robots capable of navigating any terrain, picking up boxes, they could be useful for a lot of different applications. And this firm is awaiting imminent patent approval on the next generation of robots that have both huge military and civilian applications. Now, right now, dear listener, this stock trades over the counter at 10 cents a share, but you can... I made that last part up, but the point remains. NVIDIA is doing a lot more pushing forward simulations. Who uses them? Researchers, engineers, analysts. They're used to predict the weather patterns, simulate various spreads of diseases, accelerate financial models, speed up engineering simulations, self-driving cars, etc. They have a video somewhere where they simulate an entire BMW factory, including the production line, workers, and you see there are clips where a worker approaches some piece of machinery and it shows him getting hurt, not graphically.
It's a dinosaur
version
of
flashes red, meaning, hey, this is a dangerous situation. So this 3D simulation of a plant, of a car production plant, I believe it was BMW that was requesting that, is fully simulated with people running around it. And then when all the bugs are ironed out, that data is taken out, and then an actual real world plant is then built with those specifications. Generative agents was a type of simulation. It was in 3D, it was pretty simple, but basically each character was its own GPT, ChatGPT, running around, making friends, making decisions. And their behavior was extremely lifelike, extremely believable, more so than the human players that were playing the game. But my point here is that we're probably going to be seeing more and more advanced simulations.
Whoa. I want to go back a little bit, and then I'm literally going to stocks right now. I'm not even gonna lie, because this shit is on my mind so hard. I'm gonna try to see if through which stock can I find, what is it? Symbiotic. Yo, in Symbiotic, their stuff is cheap, bro. It's only $40 a share. And there was another, what else he said just now?
Simulation of a plant, of a car production plant, I believe it was BMW that was requesting that, is fully simulated with people running around it, driving cars, etc. They have this stock trades over the counter at 10 cents a share, but you can, I made that last part up, but the point remains, NVIDIA is doing a lot more pushing forward simulations. Who uses them? Researchers, engineers, analysts. They're used to predict the weather patterns, simulate various spreads of diseases, accelerate financial models, speed up engineering simulations, self-driving cars, etc. They have a video somewhere where they simulate an entire BMW factory, including the production line, workers, and like you see there are clips where a worker approaches some piece of machinery and it shows him getting hurt, not like graphically, but it clips him and it flashes red, meaning, hey, this is a dangerous situation. So this 3D simulation of a plant, of a car production plant, I believe it was BMW that was requesting that, is fully simulated with people running around it. And then when all the bugs are ironed out, that data is taken out, and then an actual real world plant is then built with those specifications. Generative agents was a type of simulation. It was in 3D, it was pretty simple, but basically each character was its own GPT, ChatGPT, running around, making friends, making decisions. And their behavior was extremely lifelike, extremely believable, more so than the human players that were playing the game. But my point here is that we're probably going to be seeing more and more advanced simulations with more and more intricate details. I mean, some of these robotic sims, they're simulating current flowing through the various appendages, maybe even having different frictions on different arms of the robot, different current flow through the arms. So basically simulating the various inconsistencies and potential differences that could happen in the real world. Different levels of friction, different wind, etc. So when we take it out, that's at least what this DeepMind robots playing soccer, that's kind of what they were talking about, is they're able to create these robots that, first of all, none of this was taught. So how they play was 100% learned in a simulation. It kind of looks like this. They figure out how to do various things, and because of those different shifts in how various forces function, etc., they're more robust when they come out of the simulation. They're more robust to the little things that can go wrong. They're better able to handle adversity, if you will. So I don't think it's a stretch to say that eventually we'll be simulating entire parts of reality, potentially even at some point something that approaches the entire reality. And in terms of whether or not we live in the base reality or in one of the simulations, I mean, that's just a thought experiment. I would not take this thing too seriously. Although I gotta say, this double slit experiment, it's so weird because it sure seems like parts of our reality don't get rendered until we're looking at it, until we're measuring it in some way. And there's a new research published in April 2023 that has demonstrated that the double slit experiment also holds true regarding time and not just space. But it's probably nothing. In other news, Grok with a Q, an AI hardware startup, creates an insanely fast and inexpensive AI chip to run inference. So they have these LPU architecture, language processing unit, a new class of processor for a new class of workloads. And you can test it at grok.com, GROQ.com, and it's fast. It is very, very fast. Here's a prompt: create a short story about a traveling AGI salesman. And there it goes. So that was 3.2 seconds. And here it's running Mixtral, the open source model. We might have to do a full deep dive on Grok, but at this point it seems like there's another very interesting, very powerful competitor in the AI chip space. It probably is going to have its own sort of niche that it's going to be good at. Here's a quick interview with one of the founders.
Hyundai Ioniq 5 versus Tesla Model Y. Look what Ioniq 5 has and what Tesla Model Y doesn't. Hyundai Ioniq 5 wins every time.
Wow, that's the first time I've
Selling
seen
online
a
courses is a pretty sweet game, but here's what can happen. Students sign up, take your course.
Whenever.
That's the first time I've seen an automaker go directly against Tesla. Like, look what we got. Look what Tesla doesn't. Like, that's pretty ballsy, bro. Has anyone else did like a direct diss on Tesla yet? I don't think I've ever seen that.
Let's take a deep dive into what's happening in the world of AI. Bill Gates, Sam Altman, Jeff Bezos, Cathie Wood, and other big tech players go all in on a small robotics company. Why? It all has to do with a really strong cup of coffee. For a long time, we thought that constructing smart, agile robots would be very, very difficult. But some very
discussion about artificial intelligence takes place. The rooms here, the huge halls, get packed. The world's first language processing unit that can run programs like Meta's Llama 2 model, for example, faster than anything else in the world. 10 to 100 times faster.
It's Grok, and we spell it with a Q.
Right.
And it's because it comes from a science fiction novel, and it means to understand something deeply and with empathy.
Of course it does. We've had all the greatest minds in here. What's your story?
Most chips, they don't have enough memory inside of them. Then you need to set up part of the assembly line, tear it down over and over again.
Right.
And that's slow, and it takes a lot of time. And that's what happens with a GPU. You have to read from that memory. So thousands of times for every word that comes out. It's as if you're setting up the assembly line over and over.
Hey, I'm Grok. You can talk to me like I'm a person.
All right,
How
I
can
will
help
do.
you today?
What makes you different from the large language model that I may have used in the past?
Sure, I'm a bit different from those big language models you've used before. I'm a language user interface, or LUI, designed to have more natural...
Got it? How similar are you to a human brain?
Well, I'm not a human brain, but I'm designed to understand and respond to you like one.
What I want to know is, if they're in the middle of Dubai, how is she this blitzed? In other news, remember Q-Star? Apparently, former GitHub CEO Nat Friedman and his investment partner Daniel Gross shelled out $100 million to Magic, the developer of an artificial intelligence coding assistant. What did they see? Well, they're claiming to be able to process 3.5 million words of text input. And Magic also privately claimed to have made a technical breakthrough that could enable active reasoning capabilities similar to the Q-Star model developed by OpenAI last year. Magic's co-founder and CEO, Eric Steinberger, has grappled with the problem of getting AI models to reason before. He previously worked at Meta Platforms, conducting research on how reinforcement learning can help AI models find optimal solutions. So not too much details here, so maybe there's not too much there to dig in. Maybe it's hype, marketing, we'll see. But it sounds like the investors not only are giving them $100 million, but also providing with their sort of private cluster of GPU units of NVIDIA chips. So sounds like they're seeing something. So let's keep an eye on Magic and see what they're cooking up. Next in AI news, we have a bit of a plot twist. Stanford Medicine study identifies distinct brain organization patterns in women and men. Stanford Medicine researchers have developed a powerful new artificial intelligence model that can distinguish between male and female brains. The extent to which a person's sex affects how the brain is organized and operates has long been a point of dispute among scientists. While we know the sex chromosomes we are born with help determine the cocktail of hormones our brains are exposed to, particularly during early development, puberty, and aging, researchers have long struggled to connect sex to concrete differences in the human brain. Brain structures tend to look much the same in men and women, and previous research examining how brain regions work together has also largely failed to turn up consistent brain indicators of sex. In their current study, so this is Vinod Menon and his team took advantage of recent advances in artificial intelligence, as well as multiple large data sets to pursuing a more powerful analysis than has previously been employed. First, they created a deep neural network model, which learns to classify brain imaging data. As researchers showed brain scans to the model and told it that it was looking at a male or female brain, the model started to notice what subtle patterns could help it tell the difference. This model demonstrated superior performance compared with those in previous studies, in part because they used deep neural network that analyzes dynamic MRI scans. When the researchers tested the model on around 1,500 brain scans, it could almost always tell if the scan came from a woman or a man. The fact that it works so well in many different data sets, including brain scans from multiple sites in the US and Europe, make the findings especially convincing as it controls for many confounds that can plague studies of this kind. This is a very strong piece of evidence that sex is a robust determinant of human brain organization, Menon said. The team then wondered if they could create another model that could predict how well participants would do on certain cognitive tasks based on functional brain features that differ between women and men. Does this man have no fear? They developed sex-specific models of cognitive abilities. One model effectively predicted cognitive performance in men but not women, and another in women but not men. The findings indicate that functional brain characteristics vary between the sexes, have significant behavioral implications. So I'm very curious to know how this is received because, here in the States at least, we have a bit of a contentious discussion about some of these things. How does a study like this play into it? In other news, Google releases Gemma, their new state-of-the-art open models. So Gemma is a family of lightweight, state-of-the-art, open models built from the same technology that's used to create the Gemini models. So they're releasing the model weights, as well as some tools to support developers. Looks like here it shows its comparison to Llama 2, doing seemingly better on most of the tasks, at least where it's compared. So here I'm happy they stopped saying AI safety when they're meaning, censoring certain outputs. That shouldn't be AI safety, right? So it seems like they're using responsible now here, which is good. So my concern would be, did they over-tighten the censorship screws or not? That might make it very difficult to use. If not, then it could be a very good tool. Either way, having more open source models is phenomenal for the whole industry as a whole. More people developing stuff, sharing information, and the open source community, the power of the open source community grows. So that's it for me today. Hope you enjoyed that. My name is Wes Roth, and thank you for watching.
Cleans this best? Tide. Get 3 times the cleaning power when you switch to Tide.
Take a deep dive into what's happening in the world of AI. Bill Gates, Sam Altman, Jeff Bezos, Cathie Wood, and other big tech players go all in on a small robotics company. Why? It all has to do with a really strong cup of coffee. For a long time, we thought that constructing smart, agile robots would be very, very difficult. But some very recent breakthroughs seem to indicate that we are about to see some lightning-fast developments on the robotic front, prompting one leading AI researcher to say, every machine that moves will be autonomous. We will also take a look at a man who 3 months ago was unemployed, but now stands to make $435 million in a single day, thanks to his contribution to Reddit, a modern rags to riches story. Also, Hollywood director cancels a $1 billion project because he was, and I quote, shocked by OpenAI's Sora. Plus, remember that movie Terminator 2? He said, I'll be back. And it's back. They're back. So, subscribe for a permanent +22 intelligence buff, and let's get started. Alright, so we all probably remember the Figure AI robot making coffee. I'll be honest, I thought it was just a little bit weird because the guy places the Keurig cup. He basically sets up the whole environment for him. Then the robot, springs into action, opens this thing up, puts the cup in there, closes it, etc. A lot of people have commented on this, basically saying that this was a very sort of easy demonstration to do because of the Keurig machine, because of how easy it is to operate it. But now we are seeing massive interest in it, huge money flowing into it. And at this point, it does seem like they are one of the leading robotic companies. And they are Figure AI. They're saying there are 10 million unfilled jobs in the United States. 7 million of those are essential roles like warehouses, transportation, retail. And only 6 million people available to fill those open positions. And attrition rates remain high. Key warehouse suppliers predict they will run out of people to hire by 2024. And their goal is to deploy autonomous humanoid workers to support us on a global scale. So it's founded by Brett Adcock, that's him right there, and Figure AI to raise $675 million for human-like robots. And we have quite a few big names that are investing in this company. We have Jeff Bezos, we have Microsoft, we have Nvidia, and an Amazon affiliate fund. So I guess that's Bezos, Gates, Huang, Bezos. And there are many others. We have Intel's venture capital arm, LG, Samsung. One other name that I'm very familiar with is the ARK Venture Fund. So that's Cathie Wood and her ARK Venture Fund. And another investor in the Figure AI is, of course, OpenAI, which once considered acquiring Figure AI. So it looks like Jeff Bezos, through one of his investment arms, has committed 100 million. Microsoft is doing just under 100 million. Nvidia and Amazon related fund contributing 50 million. Looks like OpenAI wanted to outright acquire them at some point, but now is investing, 5 million in this case into it. It looks like the company is now valued at around 2 billion. And I believe they secured some sort of a deal with BMW. Looks like in January of this year, Figure announces commercial agreement with BMW Manufacturing to bring general purpose robots into automotive production. So what's sparking this huge investment into the robotics sector? Well, one of the big reasons is that Elon Musk and Tesla and Optimus Prime is seeing some pretty stunning progress. Not too long ago, Elon Musk posted this. This is Optimus strolling around the lab. Now, the picture quality is horrific here, but the things that we're seeing is looks like there's some sort of there are X's on the floor that mark out a path, and it seems like the robot is walking through those, as you can see here, basically hitting every one of those points, and is able to effectively navigate around the floor. As far as you can tell, this seems to be 1-for-1. So it's not slowed down, it's not sped up. This is kind of a 1-to-1 footage, which would mean, and you can see the people walking in the background, they seem to be in normal motion. And this would imply that just from about a month ago, this robot is getting much, much faster. We don't know exactly how much, but I'll show you in a second why it might be moving 30% faster than 1 month ago. So here's the thing that we saw, I believe this was last month. So this is the Optimus walking around the floor. So you can kind of tell that it seems like it's going a little bit slower. Someone did kind of a 1-to-1 comparison, basically trying to figure out at what speed it's walking. So February 2024 versus December 2023, so maybe like a month or two ago. So the middle footage is the footage from December 2023. And so it looks like maybe what we saw today is about 30% faster than what we've seen. I haven't verified this, so take this with a grain of salt, but you can definitely see that it's moving a little bit faster than the previous footage that we've seen. And of course, we've seen the hand dexterity that it's able to use. So it's got multiple sensors on each and every single finger, allowing it to,
this company isn't publicly traded yet.
Objects such as eggs without breaking them. So here, notice it picks up an egg, it transfers it to the other hand, and is able to place it down without breaking it. So what we're seeing here is far more complex than most of the other hand dexterity demonstrations that we've seen before. You know how sometimes you want to find something online, but you have no clue what to type in to find it. So I tried this: human hand dexterity size of the earth feel cars and houses. Thankfully, they were able to find it. So human fingers can feel the objects as small as 13 nanometers. That means that if your finger was the size of the earth, you could feel the difference between houses from cars. Kind of mind-blowing to think about that, but it kind of puts it into perspective what kind of technology has to go into these sensors and these robotic fingers to be able to approximate what humans can do. Now, I'm not saying Tesla is anywhere near that. I have no idea. In fact, I wish we had more in-depth papers published by Tesla so we can actually see kind of like exactly what they're working on. And this is where I really want to kind of point out the fact that NVIDIA, especially in the space of like robotics, is doing just a phenomenal job of publishing a lot of incredible research. So this is Robotic Systems Lab, legged robotics at ETH Zurich. So I've used this footage in a couple of different videos that I've shown because it really kind of demonstrates what's possible when we're training robots in these simulations. So NVIDIA has their Isaac Gym, amongst other ones. And what they do is they throw these little robots in this kind of simulation that has a lot of the physics, simulated physics of the real world, with the friction, momentum, gravity, and what have you. It's able to run at, let's say, 1,000 times the speed of the real world. And so what that allows us to do is to train these robots in a simulation to do various tasks that, and this is an important part, we as humans probably may not even be able to teach it. So for example, would you be able to describe to this robot how to use wheels on its hands to open doors or move boxes? It might be difficult since we've never had to deal with that, right? And so it starts out and it kind of sucks at it, right? But over time, I think they're saying this is the 2000th iteration, right? But at that point, it kind of gets pretty good at it. Figures out how to use the wheels and various joints to throw that box inside a container or open doors or what have you. While also, of course, being able to navigate obstacles, roll around in the grass, the sand, the leaves, stand upright, etc. So this is the paper, Curiosity-Driven Learning of Joint Locomotion and Manipulation Tasks, Robotic Systems Lab, ETH Zurich, Switzerland. So really fast, let me point out some very interesting things here. So they're saying that learning complex locomotion and manipulation tasks presents significant challenges. So basically getting these robots to move around and handle objects is very difficult. There's this idea of the Moravec's paradox. It's this observation in artificial intelligence and robotics that what seems easy to us is not necessarily so. For example, reasoning requires very little computation, but sensory motor skills and perception skills require enormous computational resources. And we had this idea for a while. Moravec wrote in 1988, it is comparatively easy to make computers exhibit adult-level performance on intelligence tests or playing checkers. And of course, since then, we've seen, for example, DeepMind create superhuman level AI at narrow tasks, such as playing chess or playing the game of Go, pretty much beating any human opponent at that game. But Moravec continues, it's difficult or impossible to give them skills of a 1-year-old when it comes to perception and mobility. So if the AI beats you too many times at the game of chess and you need to build back some of your self-esteem, challenge it to a game of, I don't even know what this is called, baby toy shape sorting game. I would bet on you to win. And so this paper continues, so it's hard to have these robots learn complex locomotion and manipulation tasks. And often it requires extensive engineering of reward functions or curricula to provide meaningful feedback to the reinforcement learning algorithm. Now, keep this idea in mind, this idea of a reward function. What is a reward function? Now, reward functions is how we are rewarded for doing the things that we're supposed to do. Like giving a treat to a dog when they sit on command would be a type of reward function. We say sit, the dog sits down, we give it a treat. We repeat that many times. Over time, it learns to sit on command. We humans also have reward functions. For example, nature wants us to procreate. So when we do the thing that leads to us procreating, we get a treat at the end of it. That treat reinforces that behavior, aka reward functions and reinforcement learning. There's a great video on YouTube called Training AI to Play Pokemon with Reinforcement Learning. It's an interesting watch because the person in it tries to write these reward functions that are good enough to get this AI to learn to play Pokemon. Pokemon Red on the old Game Boy, or at least this is like an emulation of it, an emulator. And so one thing that he tries is he creates basically a little program that compares the different screens that the AI is seeing. And whenever the AI manages to get to a new area and the screen is novel, there's a difference between what he has and what he has seen previously, he gets a reward. So basically it's a novelty-seeking reward, which works very well for a time until the AI finds a screen where there's a number of characters just walking around. The breeze is blowing, making the plants wave. There's a little creek that changes its design, etc. So the screen constantly changes. And so the AI just stops and just watches that scene for hours and hours and hours and hours. So our novelty-seeking reward function works pretty well until the AI finds some, beautiful spot in nature and just spaces out for hours. Which, if this is not ADHD, I don't know what is. By the way, he called this chapter Exploration, Distraction, which again, very apt. Later, he changes the reward function to be basically, we reward the AI every time that it gains a level for one of the Pokemon. I don't remember the details, but it's something like, if you have 5 Pokemon, they're all level 10, then you have 50 points, and then every time you increase a level of one of them, that's the reward. That's the attaboy we give it. So basically the goal is to increase the levels of the combined Pokemon. And again, that works pretty well until the AI reaches a particular building that has a PC in it, this little computer in the corner. Then something happens and it starts avoiding that whole building like the plague. The video chapter is called PC Trauma. The AI is traumatized by this PC and no longer wishes to have anything to do with it. What happened? Well, apparently there's a way to store your Pokemon in these boxes, and when you store them, they kind of disappear from your inventory. So if you take a level 12 Pidgey and you put them in a box, that's like losing 12 levels of your combined levels that you have. Now, you didn't lose it, it just stopped showing up in your inventory, but the computer, the AI, sees this as this massive negative thing, this trauma, right? It lost 12 points of reward, and it just refuses to go anywhere near that thing. So I'll link this video if you want to see it. It's pretty well done. I really enjoyed it. But the point that these two things illustrate is how difficult it can be to write these reward functions. You try something, right? Let's go back to this paper. It says often requiring extensive engineering of, for example, reward functions or various curricula, so sort of like the lesson plan for teaching the AI to do something. It needs to have some meaningful feedback to the reinforcement learning algorithm. That's basically what we've seen in this video of the Pokemon. It's like, how do we provide it with the right sort of feedback so it learns how to do everything correctly without causing these accidental traumas or having it spaced out in the woods 4 or 5 hours. So getting back to this paper, I think the important takeaway of this is that robots are hard. Robots are hard. They're hard to make, they're hard to train, they're hard to improve for like a million different reasons. But recently there has been a few breakthroughs that have made it easier, potentially much easier. One is we figured out how to train these robots in simulation. Instead of building real-life expensive robots that have wear and tear, that break down, we just recreate them in these simulations. You notice NVIDIA has a lot of stuff, a lot of tools for this. Things like Isaac Gym, Isaac Sim, various other ones. They simulate the environment and allow it to run like 1,000 times faster than the real world, allowing us to train these robots faster, without wear and tear, without breaking. And those simulations translate to real world results. After learning to open the door in a simulation, they demonstrate the effectiveness of the proposed approach by opening a push door over 15 times in a row without a single failure in a lab environment. And for that second task of package manipulation, the robot robustly grabs the package and drops it into the bin over 5 times in a row. However, in one of the instances, the robot loses grip and the robot loses its grip on the package. Oh no, is that a fail? Not quite. The robot quickly re-grabbed the package and successfully delivered it, meaning that this creates highly dynamic behavior. It's robust, means it's not, well, robotic. If something goes wrong, if something goes not according to plan, they can adapt a little bit. They can react to the situation. Now, this particular paper, we're not really covering the point of the paper. I think it has more to do with dense task rewards and sparse reward settings. We may do a full deep dive in another video. I just wanted to show it because I think they do a great job of explaining how to use a simulation to train these weird robots that don't really look like anything, organically exists on the planet. Just everything about this seems like awesome. But the other big point is that, let's say we take a smart human who's an expert at creating these reward functions for training the robots. So it's a person that knows what they're doing. For some of the simpler tasks, like for example, balancing this little stick by moving this little block left and right, this is considered one of the easier tasks to write a reward function for. Basically, you tell it just keep the stick upright, don't let it fall. But then it gets more and more complex, up to, for example, this pen spinning trick, where you have a robotic hand that spins the pen in its fingers. This, I believe, was before this Eureka paper came out. I don't think anyone has been able to do that before, because it's very difficult for us, for humans, to write these reward functions. As you saw with that Pokemon thing, right? We end up traumatizing the AI, giving it ADHD. So that was a kind of a stumbling block, a brick wall that we had to get through before we were able to create robots that were agile and could do things as well as, toddlers can do. So this is NVIDIA and Dr. Jim Fan, that's him right there. And this is, I'm going to say Yuki Zhu. So keep those two names in mind, because these two are forming Gear. What is Gear? We'll come back to that in just a second. And I believe the rest of this team is also worked on Minecraft Voyager and the various other AI research that we've covered here. But what is Eureka? Well, for Eureka, we're trying to figure out how to train this shadow hand, as it's called, in a simulation to twirl a pen or pencil in its fingers. The simulation is the Isaac Jim by NVIDIA, and this is kind of what that reward function looks like. Basically, as an example, we might give the AI an attaboy for the various rotations that it does. And so as it's twirling the pen, it's trying to get the attaboy without the penalties. But remember, humans kind of suck at writing these complex reward functions. So the team decided to do this. They decided to instead dump the whole thing on GPT-4, on ChatGPT. They're like, you know what, you do it. You're supposed to be smart, merging AGI and whatnot. If you're so smart, let's see if you can do it. So they gave it the task saying, make the shadow hand spin the pen to a target orientation. So they started with by just having it spin to a target orientation. For example, like this, or sideways, or whatever. And they gave it the environment code. So basically, it's the environment source code from Isaac Jim about how the whole thing works. They just kind of dump that in there and say, you read it. There's a sort of bit of engineering humor that goes, if somebody asks you how to do something technical, you reply with RTFM, right? And they ask, what's RTFM? And they say it stands for read the manual, RTFM. It's a joke, you see, because you're supposed to figure out what the F stands for. But anyway, so they say to GPT-4 RTFM. And so GPT-4 does all that and creates a reward function. Now it does sampling, so it produces a number of them. There's sort of a selection process, but the point is it outputs a reward function that goes into here, that goes into the GPU accelerated reinforcement learning simulation in the Isaac Jim. And then the reward function, sort of like the results are spit out, and those results are given to GPT-4, basically saying, here's what you suggested, here's how well that worked, try to improve it, and it does. And so there's this kind of loop of it trying various reward functions and trying to come up with better and better solutions. And here, actually, the full prompts, the Eureka prompts that they give ChatGPT, basically here it is. It's not super complicated. So the initial system prompt is, I'm sure they're not using ChatGPT like the website chat environment, but it's the same underlying thing. And so we tell it, you're a reward engineer trying to write reward functions to solve reinforcement learning tasks as effective as possible. And your goal is to write a reward function for the environment that will help the agent learn the task described in text. And we give it some examples of things to use, how to use the code, basically some helpful hints and tips about how to do that. And then once it spits out the reward, and that gets loaded into the simulation and that comes out with the results, that goes back in here and we say, we did what you said. We track the values of the individual components and all this other stuff, and here's what that came out to. So you kind of paste that information in there. And we say, please carefully analyze the policy feedback and provide a new improved reward function. And here's some helpful hints for how to do that. And so how well does Eureka do at these tasks? How well does ChatGPT, GPT-4, with that sort of infrastructure, that architecture that was shown, how well does it do? Well, it outperforms humans across all tasks. Are you shocked? But that's not even the most important part. So in conclusion, they say we present Eureka, a universal reward design algorithm powered by coding LLMs, GPT-4. And they're saying that Eureka achieves human-level reward generation on a wide range of robots and tasks. So that's what kind of they mean by universal, right? It's not just good on one thing, it's human-level results on a wide range of various tasks and robots and whatever. By different robots, they mean some of them are humanoid walking things, some of them are like these dog-looking things, some of them are just hands or claws that need to open drawers. Some of them, like this is like a drone thing with 4 different like propulsion things. You can think of it as like a, I don't know, like a quad helicopter or something, right? Then of course we have the various hands and stuff like that. But this is where it gets really interesting. So Eureka generates novel rewards. What this is basically saying is that as the tasks get harder, more complex, more difficult, they notice that the harder the task is, the less correlated the Eureka rewards.
Which helps make them healthy, happy, and more adaptable, changing their life forever, so they can change yours. Science did that.
And Eureka realizes much greater gains in high-dimensional dexterity environments. What that means is that for hard tasks, Eureka is better than humans. It does harder tasks better. And the ideas that it comes up with, they're novel, they're new, so it comes up with creative ideas, ideas that humans are unlikely to come up with. It's creative, original, and better than humans. So to kind of sum everything up that we've talked about before, for a long, long time, we had humans working on physical robots. It's like robots that are made of, you know, whatever, steel, plastic, wires, whatever. And that was kind of, I mean, we made a lot of progress over the years, and a lot of that effort led to what we have today. But as you saw, it was slow, difficult, expensive. We had a lot of progress, but it still seemed like humanoid robots, capable of doing visual tasks, that it seemed like that was still far, far away. Now we have AI that's working on these sort of simulated robots. So it's training it in simulation, right? It's getting that feedback, it's improving it, it's putting it back. And then when these robots come out of the simulation, like the data is pulled out, well, as you saw, that translates very well into real life physical robots. And so far, all those results seem like they're really, really good. And this combination, the ability for GPT-4 to create something like this, because I would be shocked if GPT 3.5 could do this. Probably not. So literally, I would say that this has only been sort of possible at this level with GPT-4. So this new stuff has only been possible for a year or two. I mean, it sounds like GPT-4 was probably trained before it got released, so maybe you could say a little while longer, but this is all brand new. And that's why these companies are so hot in demand, why they're valued at $2 billion, why the biggest funds, the biggest tech players are pouring money into it. It's because 3 years ago, we thought that these robots that are agile and have sort of general intelligence, we thought that was a long way away. Now it's dawning on people that maybe not so much. Maybe they're just around the corner, and we should probably be buying up the people with the talent and the abilities to create these things. If you think about the GDP per capita, in other words, how much stuff we produce, how much goods and services we produce on average per person for the amount of population we have, what does this chart look like if we're able to produce inexpensive robots capable of doing a lot of the labor? It kind of goes vertical, right? We're going to be able to produce more stuff regardless of how much of what the population is, of the percentage of the population that is able to work. Kind of changes the game. So we're going to be seeing more from Figure AI. We're probably going to be seeing more from 1X. So this is the founder of 1X. That's another robotic company that OpenAI backed. They're saying that more stuff coming in 4 weeks. Looks like Moravec's paradox might be false, and we just didn't have the data. In other news, Reddit files to go public, the first social media IPO in years. Google recently made a $60 million deal with Reddit, allowing the search giant to train AI models on Reddit's content, on its human posts. Although I'd be curious to know what percentage of Reddit is now written by ChatGPT. But I digress. One person who stands to gain from the Reddit IPO is a man who, only 3 months ago, was unemployed on the streets of San Francisco. His name is Sam Altman, who has invested at least 60 million in Reddit shares and controls 9.2% of voting power at Reddit. So I think I read somewhere it's like 435 million that those shares could be worth at IPO potentially. So that's how much his shares would be worth on the day that Reddit goes public. So from unemployed to 435 million made in one day. Sam Altman with his blue backpack. So when I saw this video with the blue backpack, I was like, okay, I have to do this. I have to connect this to the Reddit IPO somehow. In other news, Tyler Perry puts the $800 million studio expansion on hold because of OpenAI's Sora. He's saying that these AI video generation tools will touch every corner of the industry. So he's saying, I've been watching AI very closely. So he was planning an 800 million expansion, and all of that is currently and indefinitely on hold because of Sora. I hadn't gotten word over the last year or so that this is coming, but had no idea until I saw recently the demonstration of what it's able to do. It's shocking to me. His words, not mine. And he's saying he's worried about the people in the industry. To his mind, AI tech poses an existential risk to the entertainment industry that it can't ignore. There's got to be some sort of regulations in order to protect us. If not, I just don't see how we survive. Now, Yann LeCun, the AI boss at Meta, has talked a little bit about this. He hasn't responded specifically to Sora or the Hollywood thing, but this was in general about this technology, saying the printing press scared a lot of people. Catholic Church, the rulers of the Ottoman Empire who banned it, even this Swiss physician. They all feared the books were too dangerous to be put in the hands of the public. In a way, they were correct. Books weakened their powers by making people smarter and more knowledgeable. Feudalism, autocracy, magical thinking, and rigid religious dogma were eventually displaced by democracy, rationalism, secularism, science, and the Enlightenment. And we are all better for it. When the idea of the printing press arrived in the Ottoman empires, Ottoman intellectuals who were keen on aesthetics enjoyed books written with elegant handwriting and whose ink shined, along with edges that were ornamented with golden gilt and covers that were made with care. Besides, there were many calligraphy artists who copied plenty of books rapidly. All those people could be out of a job. So it sounds like the printing press didn't take hold in the Ottoman Empire, probably because of the revenue hit that the calligraphy artists would take. So one of the points that people have made is that the Ottoman Empire choosing to ban the printing press, or at least it not taking hold there, yes, it protected the jobs of the scribes, of the calligraphy artists. But the argument is that that may have contributed to the fall of the Ottoman Empire. I'm curious what you think about this. Should we shut down AI to preserve all the jobs in Hollywood? What would you do in this case? And finally, they completely remade Terminator 2 with, I think this was Runway ML. I mean, it's AI generated, looks like Runway ML. They're going to be showing it in theaters, I believe. It's fully remade with AI. Why did he turn into a bear? Made entirely with AI. Absolutely phenomenal. Here's the post. Our T2 remake official trailer. Humanity must fight back against a world ruled by ChatGPT. And so it's a parody of Terminator 2, and it's a feature-length film remake created using artificial intelligence. And it looks like it's premiering in Hollywood, California on March 6th. Come with us if you want to live. I'll be honest, I'm more interested in seeing this than probably most of the stuff that's coming out of Hollywood right now. And what's more, I'm really excited to see what this allows artists to create. And by artists, I mean artists, not massive $800 million studios bent on generating a profit. I'm talking about people with a vision that want to tell a story and now have the tools to pretty much create their own world with no limitations of hiring artists or voices or anything like that. If they want to do that, they still can. But if that was the limitation, that limitation is gone. So can't wait to see what they produce. I hope you enjoy that. My name is Wes Roth, and thank you for watching.
It does more to make clothes softer, fresher, and better. Because sometimes your work shirt needs to be a soft, cozy pillow. Downy, breathe life into your laundry.
Working hard on yesterday's video about the imminent arrival of AGI, a brilliant idea occurred to me. A lot of people that are just now realizing that this thing is in fact real and happening would probably like to know what's coming next. Now, some people are screaming apocalypse, some people are worried about the loss of jobs, and some people are just giddy with excitement. Sanguine, in fact. In this video, let's briefly look at why people are concerned. The latest concerning statement out of OpenAI, this whole time they've been pretty clear about what's going to happen. To their credit, they did not mince their words. They did not sugarcoat it. They didn't cover their message in corporate speak. They straight up said what is going to happen. The problem was they said it so early that most of us missed it. Those of us who saw it probably thought, yeah, maybe this will happen in 50 years. But here's the thing. OpenAI has been ahead of schedule, ahead of everyone on every single point. When they opened their doors and stated that their goal is to build AGI, they were mocked, they were laughed at. No one's laughing now. When a while back they described what a post-AGI world will look like and what we need to prepare, we didn't listen because we figured, hey, we have plenty of time. When they posted a guide on how to safely manage agentic AI, these autonomous AI agents, some companies did not listen, and now they're paying the price. Today we'll cover all of that, and finally we'll take a look at what OpenAI said the post-AGI world will look like. We also pretty explicitly tell you the 2 or 3 things that will actually matter in the post-AGI economy. As we look at all this, remember, there's only one rule. Don't panic. Let's dive in. So this is Eduardo, and Eduardo posted an AI video generated by Sora on Twitter. Eduardo thought it was pretty cool. The other people did not. Why do you guys think this is a good thing? I'm sure this won't be used for anything awful. The end is near. More things to fuel my nightmares. This is horrifying. We're completely effed. This stuff should not be accessible to the public. AI should be illegal. OpenAI is a bigger threat to national security than TikTok. Now, I'm in favor of everybody having a right to have their opinion, but nothing is worse than TikTok. But a lot of these people went beyond posting comments disagreeing with Eduardo. Here he's showing a picture of his inbox saying, "These zombies think I created the AI model Sora and decided to attack me." There's a lot of death threats and all sorts of violent and a lot of pretty scary stuff directed at him. And there's many, many more. His videos are getting tons of views, 16 million. Here's one with the video, almost 26 million. So people are interested, but some percentage of those are very, very angry. Here's a streamer with 2.6 million followers saying, "I'm struggling to think of a single positive thing making realistic AI-generated videos like this will bring. It's all just net negative and dystopian." He's got 8 million views on that tweet, 155,000 likes, and people are saying better profit margins for people that don't want to hire artists. People will lose their jobs. The doomsday clock might as well be 5 seconds to midnight. I just see that somewhere there's a random dude with a litter of puppies he wanted to show off, but the AI did a better job. This man has a degree in film and photography. It is now useless in the eyes of companies that need stock photos, and that was his bread and butter. AI-generated realism needs to be outlawed everywhere, and no one will convince me otherwise. Now, I think this is almost a rule that any argument or discussion online eventually invokes Hitler. Eventually, whatever you're arguing against, you just say it's worse than Hitler. Which brings me to my next tweet, which is AI is like reverse Hitler. Because we keep waiting on it to kill everybody, but it won't stop making art. Which I gotta say is a very nuanced take. AI safety memes, which is an account that points out AI danger, the fact the anti-AI sentiment has really risen after Sora. He's saying, mark my words, within 5 years, if we're still alive, there will be 100,000 plus person protests. And they won't be advocating for things like pausing AGI, they'll demand a full stop. And he's asking, you want a Butlerian jihad? This is how you get Butlerian Jihad. Disruption has barely begun, so the backlash has barely begun. So I had to look that one up because I've actually mentioned this in the previous video. I recently started reading Dune, one of the classic sci-fi books. Somehow I just never got around to reading it, but more and more people are bringing up ideas out of this book, so I figured I should probably read it. And I believe there's a movie on Netflix that's going away soon, and apparently it's pretty good. But this sort of little summary that Google has here is the Butlerian Jihad brought imperial technology to a specialized and codified halt. By forcing human minds to develop, the revolt ultimately promoted religion over science and technology, and humanness over machines and artificial minds. And apparently after this jihad, there was these commandments. One of them was, "Thou shalt not make a machine in the likeness of a human mind." So again, I don't 100% know how accurate these summaries are. I haven't read the book, but I'm beginning to see these ideas pop up in conversation more and more. People have quoted this exact thing. So here he's kind of bringing this idea of like, hey, we might have this happen. Here's a person saying, I need this to be illegal now, talking about the picture of puppies in the snow. Again, Eduardo is the one that's receiving death threats and just receiving kind of a lot of hates for posting these images. Another post with almost 2 million views, Gen AI is a bleep insult to humanity, image and video on the longer historical documents. With AI, images will become nothing more than our entire visual history shoved into a meat grinder and served to us meaninglessly for profit. A craft I've dedicated my entire life to is being replaced by an image prediction slot machine. There are also researchers, for example, Max Tegmark at MIT. He wrote the book Life 3.0, Being Human in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. Actually was one of the names on a paper by MIT in December 2023, so not that long ago, called Divide and Conquer Dynamics in AI-Driven Disempowerment. He's saying AI companies are attempting to create AI systems that outperform humans at most economically valuable work. Current AI models are already automating away the livelihoods of some artists, actors, and writers, but there's some infighting between these groups. And in the paper he has this quote, so this idea that if they come for one group of people and we don't speak out and one by one everyone else is taken, then when they come for you, there was no one left to speak for you, basically. In the introduction, he mentions OpenAI, the creator of ChatGPT, has stated that its mission is to create highly autonomous systems that outperform humans at most economically viable work. An economist has a prediction about OpenAI and its mission, saying a very large number of people will only have marginal jobs, or not very meaningful jobs. Others go further, saying in due course, AI might cause lasting structural unemployment on a mass scale.
Talent off the site. Target pay with our uniquely designed rollerball applicator. Maximum strength for targeted relief.
Here he compares the big tech, sort of the people behind AI, to Napoleon invading Prussia, Poland, Russia. The sort of analogous people here are the victims of AI disempowerment. He describes sort of the people, the big tech, as the anti-human movement versus the pro-human movement. And he's saying that the pro-human movement can be united by convincing its stakeholders that AI is a large threat. He also mentioned some of the AI leaders' words that, if taken at face value, could inflict the weakness predicted by his model. This idea of like defeatism, basically weakening the pro-human movement, as he calls it. And so here he mentions Mark Zuckerberg, Yann LeCun, Larry Page, the co-founder of Google, Rich Sutton, first ever advisor of Google DeepMind. He also even lists Sam Altman, CEO of OpenAI, saying AI will probably most likely lead to the end of the world, but in the meantime, there will be great companies. Now, I was surprised to see that quote there. That seemed kind of out of place, uncharacteristic for Sam Altman. Now, I tried finding the source of that quote. I mean, I kind of wanted to know what the context of it is, and I can't find it. It's just a circle of links. So here's Fortune.com quoting Altman. That links to futureoflife.org quoting Altman, but they're saying that was from Business Insider, but that Business Insider article redirects just to their homepage. So I'm not sure exactly where this was taken from. It seems that there's like a number of publications that all have said it, and to sort of source information, like one points to this one, and this one points to this one, and this one points to this one and then what does this one look like? Well, where was it originally said? I mean, maybe I'm just missing it. So if somebody knows where that quote originated, please post it in the comments. I mean, I'd love to see it. I want to know what the context is. I also know they're saying it was in 2015, so this was probably before any of the GPTs, before any of the progress that we've seen. This was before Google came out with the Transformer. So I don't know, is this a good quote to use? He also mentions CEO of Hugging Face, CEO of Anthropic, Andrew Ng, Jan LeCun, and also for some reason, as part of the AI industry leaders, Martin Shkreli. This is Martin Shkreli, you might remember him. I guess he was called the Pharma Bro. But Martin Shkreli says, F AI safety. Me and my robot homies are gonna come to your house. I don't even know what to do with this. I'm just kind of, in general, sort of confused about a lot of things in this paper. Why pick this quote? Why pick this quote? You know, from, again, 2015, before, I mean, so long ago. Why not pick a quote that's more relevant to what Sam Altman thinks, you know, today? This paper was published in December 2023. Why pick a quote from 2015? Why pick, you know, I assume this was a tweet kind of being a little bit funny. Me and my robot homies are coming to your house. I'm not sure if that's serious. So this is the reference for Sam Altman's quote, the man who unleashed AI on an unsuspecting Silicon Valley, Washington Post. So this is that article, and it's this huge article, but again, I can't find that quote in there. So if I search for end of the world, nothing, great companies, nothing, none of those words are in there, much less the full quote. So I don't know, was that just made up? I'm not sure. Meanwhile, recently we did have a autonomous driving vehicle in San Francisco, this Waymo car that was destroyed, that was set on fire. A crowd of people surrounded it. I don't think there was anybody in it. I think it was just driving by itself. It just basically broke it and set it on fire. So there seems to be a growing fear of these AIs, these autonomous things, that's resulting in property damage. And certainly, I mean, I hope it stops there. I really hope it doesn't keep escalating against the people that are perceived to be behind these technologies. Here's one of the OpenAI employees working on Sora that's responding to a post that was deleted by the author. He's saying, we very intentionally are not sharing it widely yet. The hope is that a mini public demo kicks a social response into gear. This was the statement that I think raised some concerns for people because people were asking, what response are you expecting? What are you looking for? Now, I don't know what he meant there, but my take is that backlash is part of the response that they're looking for. They know how some of this stuff is going to play out. They want people to be amazed. They want people to be afraid. They want the society at large to start kind of processing these ideas. Like we talked about in the previous video, they're incrementally releasing pieces that will eventually become AGI. And a lot of it is playing out according to plan. So the point being is, as we're getting closer to AGI, people are getting anxious. People are getting worked up. People are scared of what this new world may bring. And so people are fighting back against this because they're worried that it's going to take everyone's job, right? That they took our jobs. They're concerned that they took their jobs. And that's certainly a scary concept for almost everybody. But is that really the end-all and be-all thing that we're striving for? In other words, if you had the money to buy whatever you want and you could work on anything you desire, would you still want a job? This is Sam Altman's blog, samaltman.com. This is his blog post, Moore's Law for Everything. This post is incredible for two reasons. One is that when you slide the mouse over these dollar bills, they turn to computer chips. It is absolutely incredible. It's very well done. Hang on, I'm almost done. But yeah, anyways, and the second reason why this post is so good is because even though it was made on March 16th, it's very well done. Hang on, I'm almost done. But yeah, anyways, and the second reason why this post is so good is because even though it was made on March 16th, 2021, it speaks to a lot of things that we're talking about today. Let's take a look. I'm going to open this as a PDF so I can doodle on it. So this is Moore's Law for everything. So Moore's Law states that the number of transistors on a microchip doubles about every 2 years with minimal cost increase. And more generally is that technological process basically makes everything better and cheaper at these sort of regular intervals. Now, specifically, Moore's Law is applied to microchips, computers, sort of how fast they are, how cheap they are, etc. But here, Sam Altman's saying Moore's law for everything. And as you'll see in a second, while this is his blog, a lot of people have contributed to this particular article. Now, keep in mind, 2021, probably nobody or very few people knew what he was talking about. Now it's a little bit different. So he starts, my work at OpenAI reminds me every day about the magnitude of the socioeconomic change that is coming sooner than most people believe. Software that can think and learn will do more and more of the work that people do now. Even more power will shift from labor to capital. If public policy doesn't adapt accordingly, most people will end up worse off than they are today. We need to design a system that embraces this technological future and taxes the assets that will make up most of the value in the world, companies and land, in order to fairly distribute some of the coming wealth. Now, it's important to note here that most of you listening will probably have some political leaning. We all do. For the time being, I ask that you try to think of this outside of existing political structures. Whatever party you belong to, whatever your beliefs are, let's just see if we can follow his thought process and his arguments and see if they make sense. And by the way, I'm not saying he's right. I'm not saying he's wrong. None of this is me telling you what to think. I have no idea how to do any of this. But Sam Altman seems to have a longer time horizon into how things are shaping up. He seems to be ahead of the curve. He's in the middle of everything, talking to the experts, the people pushing this forward. He's got a front row seat into the development of AI. And so from his vantage point, this is what he's seeing. It's important to know what he thinks, where he's going to try to steer the ship. Whether you agree with it or not, first and foremost, just understand what he's saying. He's saying that in the next 5 years, so this is now basically, computer programs that can think will read legal documents and give medical advice. In the next decade, they will do assembly line work and maybe even become companions. And in the decades after that, they will do almost everything, including making new scientific discoveries that will expand our concept of everything. If you've been following what DeepMind is doing with AlphaFold and the various drug discovery algorithms, their known project that has discovered autonomously, fully autonomously, AI plus robot, it discovered millions of new materials with deep learning. This was end of 2023. Here's a chart that I think kind of illustrates the scope of this. This dark blue circle in the center here, or in the middle rather, that's how much we, the humans, have figured out, how many materials we've discovered with human experimentation. 20,000, that's us. With computational methods, we more than doubled that to 48,000. This is that second circle. And then comes GNOME, or GNOME, who knows? It doesn't matter. The point is, it discovered 421,000, or rather, I think it brought the total amount to 421,000. This big circle, that's how much AI plus robotics moved our knowledge of the world forward. This little blue circle, that's how much we moved our knowledge forward. So this isn't the future, this is like last year. The AI comes up with candidates for various materials that could potentially exist with certain traits and structures that may be interesting for semiconductors or building materials or whatever. And then a robot sits there in this bulletproof cage, or rather like an explosion-proof casing, and tries to create them. There it is. It's got beakers and a heating plate. It's got everything that it could possibly need to try to create some of these compounds. In case it finds a compound that blows up, it's behind this, I assume, some sort of explosion-proof glass shielding. The AI comes up with recipes or potential recipes, and this thing sits there and cooks 24 hours a day. So again, Sam Altman's talking about this, several years before that research was published. And he's saying this technological revolution is unstoppable. It's the juggernaut, bro. And truly it is, because all the research, all the software that kind of led up all the breakthroughs, they're already out there. People know what those things are. The point is, beforehand, you needed to have a semi-wealthy nation state to develop stuff like this. Now you don't. You can have it in a basement. So in other words, let's say all the nations get together and the United States pinky swears that it will stop developing AI. And China pinky swears that it will stop developing AI. And Russia pinky swears that it will stop developing AI. And the UAE, all the factions in the Middle East, they swear, and India, and everybody else swears on whatever religious or secular symbol that they feel is appropriate. that they will stop developing AI, whoever actually stops, they'll kind of permanently lose the game. And I'll bet you this second edition book, The Prince by Niccolo Machiavelli, that they will not stop. Back to Sam Altman and a recursive loop of innovation. So this is that compounding effect. That's that second part of the chessboard, like what we talked about. This idea that the rate of improvement of progress is getting faster. The chart kind of looks like this. As these smart machines themselves help us make smarter machines, and we've seen this in a lot of stuff that's coming out with synthetic data, with reinforcement learning, with AI feedback, as opposed to reinforcement learning with human feedback. So we started with humans I should say, saying, you know, thumbs up, thumbs down, to train these machines to kind of align them with what we want. Now more and more, we're seeing examples in these research papers where the AI itself aligns and trains that AI. It creates the data to train it. It does reinforcement learning with AI feedback. Basically, humans, we built version 1.0 of AI. Version 1.0 of AI is helping us build version 2.0 of AI. And that will help us build, version infinity. And so Sam is saying this will accelerate the revolution's pace. And he's saying there's 3 crucial consequences that will follow. See if you agree with this. 1, this revolution will create phenomenal wealth. The price of many kinds of labor, which drives the costs of goods and services, will fall towards zero once sufficiently powerful AI joins the workforce. So he's not just talking about more income, he's also talking about lower prices. Number 2 is the world will change so rapidly and so drastically that an equally drastic change in policy will be needed to distribute this wealth and enable more people to pursue the life that they want. If we get both these right, we can improve the standard of living for more people than we've ever had before. Because we are at the beginning of this tectonic shift, we have a rare opportunity to pivot towards the future. What follows is a description of what's coming and a plan of how to navigate this new landscape. Part 1, the AI revolution. On a zoomed out timescale, technological progress follows an exponential curve. This is the world GDP per capita from the year 1000 to, this ends in the year 2000. So this is how much production happens in the world per person, per each individual that we have in the world. It skyrockets, becoming near vertical. 15 years ago, we had no smartphones. 150 years ago, we had no combustion engine, no home electricity. 1,500 years ago, no industrial machines, and 15,000 years ago, no agriculture. This new coming change, this AI, it's going to center around our most impressive capability, this phenomenal ability to think, to create, to understand, and to reason. So on top of all our technological revolutions, the agricultural, the industrial, the computational, we now have a 4th, the AI revolution. This will generate enough wealth for everyone to have what they need if we as a society manage it responsibly. Part 2, Moore's Law for everything. There are 2 paths to affording a good life. Either acquire more money, which makes the person wealthier, or prices fall, which makes everyone wealthier. Wealth is buying power, how much we can get with the resources we have. The best way to increase societal wealth for everyone is to decrease the cost of goods, from food to video games. I love the 2 categories that he chose to use there. Those are critical. Food and video games. What else do you need? And here he mentions the Moore's Law. Chips became twice as powerful for the same price every 2 years. And here AI will lower the cost of goods and services because labor is the driving cost for many levels of the supply chain. If robots can build a house on land you already own from natural resources mined and refined on site using solar power, the cost of building that house is close to the cost to rent the robots. And if those robots are made by other robots, then that cost is even less. AI doctors could reduce medical costs. And he's saying, imagine a world where for decades, everything from housing to education, food, clothing became half as expensive every 2 years. And that's an interesting question, right? Let's say a car that you wanted cost $100,000. 2 years later, that same car is $50,000. 2 years later, it's $25,000. 2 years later, it's $13,000. And this is happening not just to the price of the car, but to the price of everything. Warren Buffett, one of the richest people in the world, I think his average compounding rate every year was, I want to say 20%. I might be off on that. But let's assume it's 20%. It doesn't really matter what that number is. The point is, every year his wealth increases 20%. In this scenario, your wealth increases 50% every year. Actually, it would average to like 41 point something %. This is why I don't do math in public, but it doesn't matter. The point is, in this scenario, your wealth, your ability to buy things would be increasing much faster than Buffett's did over the last, 300 years that he was alive. The reason I point this out is because I think that people don't really understand the idea of real and nominal value of money. Basically, if you have $1, you put it in the stock market and it becomes $2, most people will say, I just doubled my money, I'm twice as rich. But if in the same time they've printed trillions of dollars and now everything's twice as expensive, you basically still have $1. The nominal changed, but the real value remained the same. And part 3, capitalism for everyone. Sam Altman saying a stable economic system requires 2 components, growth and inclusivity. Economic growth matters because most people want their lives to improve every year. In a zero-sum world with no or very little growth, democracy can become antagonistic as people seek to vote money away from each other. What follows from that antagonism is distrust and polarization. In a high-growth world, these dogfights can be far fewer because it's easier for everyone to win. Economic inclusivity means everyone having a reasonable opportunity to get the resource they need to live the life they want. This matters because it's fair, produces a stable society, no guillotines, and as a side benefit, it produces more growth. Capitalism is a powerful engine of economic growth because it rewards people for investing in assets that generate value over time, which is an effective incentive system for creating and distributing technological gains. The price of that progress in capitalism is inequality. Some inequality is okay. In fact, it's critical, as shown by all systems that have tried to be perfectly equal. But a society that does not offer sufficient equality of opportunity for everyone to advance is not a society that will last. The traditional way to address inequality has been by progressively taxing income, for a variety of reasons that has not worked very well. It will work much worse in the future. While people still have jobs, many of those jobs won't be ones that create a lot of economic value. As AI produces most of the world's goods and services, people will be freed up to do whatever they want. We should therefore focus on taxing capital rather than labor. And we should use these taxes as an opportunity to directly distribute ownership and wealth to citizens. The best way to improve capitalism is to enable everybody to benefit from it directly as an equity owner. This is not a new idea, certainly, right? We've heard this idea before, but it's new in an important way. It's newly feasible as AI grows more powerful, which I'm reading here as we finally have, potentially, in the future, something that could make this possible, realistic, because there will be dramatically more wealth to go around. The 2 dominant sources of wealth will be 1, companies, particularly ones that make use of AI, and 2, land, which has a fixed supply. Eventually, most other taxes could be eliminated. Here he's talking about something called the American Equity Fund. He's proposing that other nations work to create something similar. In the last few weeks, we've seen Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, going to other nations and sort of group of nations with lots of funds and talking about sovereign AI, the idea that they should create their own AI based on their culture that they control the data for, and maybe potentially create something like this for that country or that group of countries that are kind of aligned together. And so he's saying this equity fund could be capitalized by taxing companies above a certain valuation, and by taxing 2.5% of the value of all privately held land, and then all citizens over 18 would get an annual distribution in dollars and company shares into their accounts. They can use the money however they want to, better education, healthcare, housing, starting a new company, whatever. Each citizen would increasingly partake in the freedoms, powers, autonomies, and opportunities that come with economic self-determination. Poverty would be greatly reduced. A tax payable in company shares will align incentives between companies, investors, and citizens, whereas a tax on profits does not. Profits can be hidden, but everyone who owns a share in Amazon wants the share price to rise. People will have a literal stake in seeing their country and their economy do well. Part 4, implementation and troubleshooting. We're going to skip most of this. I will link this in the description. I highly recommend people read this if this is something that's interesting to you, obviously, but I'm sure you probably have some questions about how all this could be implemented. You probably have some ideas of the problems that it will face. You talk about how land would play a factor so that it's distributed, not held by a few large players, how to prevent people from offshoring stuff, how to prevent people from voting themselves more money. And finally, and this is interesting, you can't let people borrow against, sell, or otherwise pledge their future fund distributions. The government can simply make such transactions unenforceable. Then they mentioned once AI starts to arrive, growth will be extremely rapid. The changes that are coming are unstoppable. If we embrace them and plan for them, we can use them to create a much fairer, happier, and more prosperous society. The future can be almost unimaginably great. And here he thanks some people that helped contribute to this, I don't know what to call it, proposal. I mean, it's a blog post, basically. It's not even an official proposal or anything, but as you can tell, a lot of thought has been put into this. I'm noticing Ilya Sutskever's name on here. Daniela Amodei, I wonder if she's related to, I guess they're brother and sister duo at the helm of Anthropic. So the other big AI company, OpenAI and Anthropic, kind of have a lot of shared history. And so I guess this is a brother-sister duo, Amodei. I think this might be the CEO of GameStop, Reid Hoffman. This person, I believe, is part of Stripe. But I think the point here is that we kind of have two roads ahead of us, two paths, if you will. And one is, of course, where AI is bad. This is safety issues, this is job loss, disempowerment, this is all of the world's resources concentrating in a small number of people, potentially tyrannical governments using various AI surveillance and robots and whatnot to control the population, to control their populace. And this is where AI is good. This is growth, prosperity, scientific discovery, robots doing dangerous tasks, helping us take care of the disabled, the elderly. I think education will fundamentally change. We've talked about the 2 Sigma problem on this channel. I think AI can really, really improve education in just a massive way. And certainly this is the future that I would love to have for, the world, for everybody. And I gotta say, I certainly understand the fears of a lot of these people. It's hard to just dismiss all the bad stuff that can happen. The safety issues, the job loss, the economy becoming even more unequal. So again, I'm not here to tell you what you think. I'm actually more curious about what you think. What do you think? Keep in mind, Sam Altman is the one that's on the very, 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 very inside of this AI development. He's the one that's been traveling the world, talking to all the world leaders. It seems like he's got an open communication with everybody in power. Like, he's at the center of everything with the resources and connections and just everything. So let's just for a second assume that he will be able to execute this plan. Now, there's obviously 50 million ways in which it could fail. I get that. It could be hijacked by bad actors. It could just, a number of things could go wrong. But my question is, let's say he executes everything perfectly and you find yourself in this world where you get money for nothing and your chips for free, where basically everything's cheap to where you don't have to work for the stuff that you need for basic survival. You can still go and pursue whatever you want. And ideally, there's less poverty, there's less lack. More people are doing all right, potentially less violence, less Waymo cars getting set on fire. So I'm curious, if they were able to do this and execute this, does that look like a good future to you? That's the first question. Just as described at face value, do you like it? Number 2, I'm curious if you think it's realistic. And number 3, if you're comfortable, I'd love to know this. How have you been how do you lean politically? Like, if you're left-leaning, does this appeal to you? If you're right-leaning, does this appeal to you? I'm curious if this has more of a connection with certain sides of the aisle. Because to me, this has some very capitalist ideas, but also it has some socialist ideas. What it seems to me like is he's trying to think from first principles, meaning if you let go of all the preconceived notions of your political affiliations, of all of that stuff, and you just think with a fresh perspective. If automation and robots are taking over, if the price of human labor is dropping to 0 or approaching 0, and all the goods and services become super cheap, homes and medicine and education becomes very, very cheap to where anybody can afford it, do we implement something like this? And if that plan is bad that Sam Altman is proposing, then what? We can't just shut things down. Again, I really don't think this is a real possibility. We would need like a global surveillance state in order to make sure no one's cooking something up in their basement. And we can't have a continual improvement of like the computer chips. Like, it just doesn't seem feasible to just shut everything down at this point. Like, that's not, I just don't even see how. Or present that another way, let's say right now, the entire world spends let's say 5 trillion on salaries, on labor, on, this is what they pay people to do all the stuff that people do. That's the money people take home to buy groceries and houses and cars and whatever, education, or scratch that, food and video games. They buy food and video games, right? So let's say in 10 to 20 years, that number gets only reduced to 1 trillion. Only 1 trillion is spent on human labor because everything gets automated. This $4 trillion number, like, where does that money go? Does that just drop down to the company's bottom line? Does it just profit? Or does this money kind of go back to the people that lost that income, that they sort of are able to pay for stuff along with the decreasing prices on everything? But again, I'm not here to convince you or anything or tell you what to think. I'm just saying that all the people that are worried about AI, all the people that are very optimistic about AI, we need to maybe, figure it out and reach some sort of a consensus. Like, we should probably talk about what we want. It's kind of an important decision that's being made, and I'm not 100% sure who's making it. As I was wrapping up this video, I just saw this. OpenAI launched this, it must have been very recently. This is the first time I'm hearing of it. This is forums.openai.com. Now, this is not the developer forums that they used to have for quite a while now. This is something different. This is an initiative that brings together domain experts and students to discuss and collaborate on the present and future of AI. In-person meetups, dinner mixers, technical talks, educational webinars, and roundtable conversations. You can apply to join. Why are they doing this? Well, first of all, their mission, OpenAI's mission, is to ensure artificial general intelligence benefits all of humanity. And why are they opening this up? Is they want various researchers and experts and practitioners the opportunity to contribute to the discourse that is shaping the future of AGI. So this thing, I just found out about it after I finished recording the video. So as I'm saying, who are the people determining how this thing gets rolled out? I mean, it looks like OpenAI is seemingly actively trying to get more people, more buy-in, more people talking about this stuff, getting ready for this stuff, and being part of that network. So I'll post a link in the description. I haven't had a chance to check it out yet, but it sounds like this could be potentially a way to get closer to the people that are developing AGI, that are releasing AGI, and potentially even help shape how that emerges into the world. If you made it this far, thank you so much for watching. I think these are extremely important events, extremely important topics. I hope I'm doing a good job of covering some of this stuff. And whatever else you do, just pay attention to this stuff, because I feel like things are really heating up. Like it's moving faster now. And this may be the biggest time in history when individuals can shape how the future is built. The leverage for whatever you want to do, potential leverage right now, is bigger than anything else that's ever existed. Whether you want to just make a boatload of money or for the good of the people or both. But whatever you want to do, I think that leverage exists for all of us right now, and it's much bigger than perhaps ever in history. So with that said, my name is Wes Robb. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time.
This is the Tempur-Pedic Breeze mattress, and it's designed to help you feel cool. So no more sweating all night, no kicking off the covers, or blasting the air conditioning, because only the Tempur-Pedic Breeze is made with our one-of-a-kind cooling technology that pulls heat away from your body, so the mattress feels up to 10 degrees cooler all night long. During the Tempur-Pedic President's Day sale, save up to $500 on select adjustable mattress sets and experience deep, undisturbed rest. Learn more at TempurPedic.com.
I don't normally do this, but I feel like I have to start this podcast with a bit of a disclaimer. Point number one. This is probably the most important podcast episode I have ever recorded. Point number two, there's some information in this podcast that might make you feel a little bit uncomfortable. It might make you feel upset, it might make you feel sad. So I wanted to tell you why we've chosen to publish this podcast.
You got your PhD from Harvard. You feel, given the most recent fallout?
He's open to quit.
Yeah, so if Bill Maher and Jon Stewart were actually pushing back against the establishment, they wouldn't be given a contract by the establishment they're supposedly pushing back against. And I love to show this to people. Jon Stewart and the Pentagon honor a Nazi at Disney World. That's for real.
Wow, that's almost as embarrassing as how Tucker sucked up to Putin.
So this is, and here it is. There's a picture of him. He's given a medal to a Nazi.
See,
now, Jon Stewart knows that people know about this. He did this to get in good because he told.
I said it on Rogan Live.
When Kurt was on Rogan, he brought it up at least a couple of times that Jon Stewart pinned a medal on a literal Nazi, and we could discuss why he did that. He did that because he's a tool of the establishment, and he won't actually cross the establishment in a meaningful way where he has to pay a price. When he told the truth about where the virus originated from the Wuhan lab, he did that on Stephen Colbert's show, which he's an executive producer of, and he was castigated, and he was kicked out of shit-lived society for a year because of that.
Yeah. Which I guess means what, Twitter stuff?
And so to get back in with those people, he literally had to go to Disney World and hang a medal on a Nazi, and then he had to interview Condoleezza Rice and Hillary Clinton, two of the most blood-soaked warmongers in the history of our country, and he had to be nice to them. Then he had to bring on 4 vaccine liars and pretend like he was examining the vaccine. He wasn't doing anything. He was doing the bidding of the establishment. He still is.
By the way, Jimmy, if they didn't directly say, to make up for that, saying the truth, you have to go put a medal on Nazi, if they didn't really directly say that, John, you should say they said that. The alternative of I want to do that is a very bad explanation.
Right.
This is the best case scenario of why you did that.
So here's Jon Stewart. So Tucker Carlson recently went to Russia and a couple of other countries, and he showed that other countries are actually cleaner and have better functioning infrastructure than the United States. For instance, the subway. And, the subways in New York City are filthy and rat-ridden. And so Tucker Carlson was just pointing this out. He was doing what you call reporting. And what is reporting? Reporting is sticking your head down the street, taking a look, and reporting back at what you see. And that's what Tucker Carlson did when he went to Russia. And Jon Stewart got in trouble the week before because he mentioned that Joe Biden is really old. And so the same thing that happened to him when he pointed out that...
It's a good joke. He made a good joke on Biden.
He did. Same thing that happened to him when he pointed out that the virus came from the Wuhan lab happened to him then. All of his friends in shit-lived society came down on him, and so he had to come back the next week and pretend that what Tucker Carlson did was somehow bad. And let's watch a little of it right now.
The difference between our urinal-caked, chaotic subways and your candelabred, beautiful subways is the literal price of freedom. But the goal that Carlson and his
I'm sorry, what was that cost? About 2 pounds of shit on the sidewalk? What is that price that he's talking about?
The literal price, I don't know. So I don't know what he's saying. It's not freedom, by the way, it's not freedom for everybody. It's a freedom for a select few, John. Probably the friends of his, the company you keep, John. So he's saying the reason why our subways, in his words, are urinal-caked nightmare. Isn't that what he said? Is the reason why is because we have freedom.
Okay, Jimmy, just want to point out real quick, 2 weeks before, he did a whole show about how we need to take everybody's gun rights away.
Yeah. Where's that freedom?
The price of freedom, John. So some prices, such as a very dangerous, awful subway that really sucks ass, that's a fair price. He's unbelievable.
So what he just said doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make sense to him. I know it doesn't.
He just doesn't want Bruce Springsteen to be mad at him.
He doesn't want Bruce Springsteen to be mad at him. He wants to be friends with the people who watch The View and Stephen Colbert. That's all you can think of. That's all this is. When I did a show in his town, we were in Red Bank, New Jersey, which I was told he lives near there. Mm-hmm. And I invited him to my show there.
You know him?
And He didn't. I even said, "Hey, we're going to have a Nazi there for you to hang a medal on," and even that couldn't bring him out.
Really?
I was lying. I think he
He's
knew
changed.
I think he did. So let's listen to what else he has to say.
Is that there's really no difference between our systems. In fact, theirs might be a little bit better. The question is, why? Why is Tucker doing this?
I mean, a little bit better in the subway area, though.
Well,
you
it's
yourself said that.
certainly better when it comes to healthcare. Everybody in Russia, Putin gives everybody health care. Joe Biden has vowed to veto a health care bill if it ever gets to his desk to give Americans health care. So Americans still go bankrupt if you get sick. That's what happens in America, and then you become homeless. This
Free speech is I was going to say? That dumb fuck?
So I don't know what he's, again, so what's this is
How
called?
does he know this? Like, has he been to Russia himself to go look at how people live there? I mean, it's not the USSR.
He says
So what John Stewart is saying here, so what John Stewart is doing here, I just want to cut the spoiler alert, he's doing pro-war propaganda. This is called pro-war propaganda, and John Stewart is a neocon, and he's pro-war. And that's what that's why he hung a medal on a Nazi. He will never.
I hope he's pro-war. It means he's a total bitch.
He'll never tell the truth about Ukraine ever, like he can't tell the truth about Russia. And when someone does, he comes in to slander them, and that's what he's doing here. So he's now going to try to figure out, why did Tucker Carlson do actual reporting from Russia? Why did Tucker Carlson tell you the truth? Remember, nobody got mad at Tucker Carlson when he was lying. It's only when Tucker Carlson started. When he was lying, he was hired by MSNBC, he had his own show on MSNBC. When he was lying, he was hired by CNN, had his own show on CNN. When he was lying, he was the #1 news show on Fox News. It's only when he started to tell the truths that John Stewart will never tell you. What are those truths? Truth about the war machine, truth about Syria, truth about Ukraine, truth about Big Pharma, and truth about COVID. Those are truths that John Stewart will never tell you. Why? Because he's a simp for the establishment, which is why he's hired by the establishment. There's only 6 media companies in the entire country, and he works for one of them. So there's a handful of billionaires that are controlling him right now, and they've controlled him his entire career, but he doesn't need controlling. Just like Noam Chomsky pointed out, the reason why he's able to wear that suit and sit behind that desk is because he already thinks the way the establishment wants him to think. And now he's going to slander a guy who's actually doing real journalism. Tucker Carlson is making a clown out of John Stewart, and so John Stewart needs to fight back with disingenuous bullshit, which is what he's going to do right
John
here.
Stewart should have to wear his old bow tie as a punishment.
That's right. That's as a punishment.
Tucker goes through away. John Stewart should wear that. While he said, and if Tucker shouldn't have, was bad at his interview, okay, John, maybe that was terrible how he did. Where were all the real reporters to talk to Vladimir Putin?
That's right, they
Because
won't.
there's been no news for 2 years from him.
So here we go.
Here's why. It's because the old civilizational battle was communism versus capitalism. That's what drove the world since World War II. Russia was the enemy then. But now they think the battle is woke versus unwoke. And in that fight, Putin is an ally to the right. He's their friend. Unfortunately, he is also a brutal and ruthless dictator.
What? Like Justin Trudeau level?
Not that bad, right? Is he as bad as Joe Biden, who would censor the leading doctors and journalists? Is he as bad as Joe Biden, who's literally killing our most decorated journalists of our generation right now in a Belmarsh prison? Is he that bad? Is he as bad as Joe Biden, who's now funding a genocide right in front of your face? Is he as bad as that? Is Putin doing any of those things? Putin's not doing any of those things. But John Stewart is going to do pro-war propaganda. Right. And that's what this is. And John Stewart doesn't have the balls to come on this show. He doesn't have the balls to take a question. He doesn't have the balls to go on Joe Rogan, because Joe Rogan's going to ask him about, why did you pin a medal on a Nazi? So let's listen to the rest of this garbage. I'm sorry, Mel.
He'll ask him nice. He's just curious.
No, I love it. It's good to hear. It's crazy.
So now they have to make Americans a little more comfortable with that. I mean, liberty is nice, but have you seen Russia's shopping carts? And Tucker would have gotten away with it if it weren't for those meddling assassins.
In a statement to the New York Times, Carlson said, quote, "It is horrifying what happened to Navalny. The whole thing is barbaric and awful. No decent person would defend it."
You know, I'm not offended. I don't give a shit about Navalny. I never have. I don't know why you try to make Navalny happen for me.
I'm going to defend it. Navalny tried to overthrow his own country. He's a Nazi.
Oh, he's a Nazi. Oh,
He's
that's why
also
John's upset.
That's why John's upset. John likes Nazis. This is the second Nazi that John has not only given a medal to, but has defended. And no one's in. So what's going through John's a pro-war neocon who's an establishment simp. I'll tell you exactly what's going on in his brain. And he'll never come on the show to answer for any of those things. He'll never go anywhere. They never go anywhere where they have to answer real questions.
You know what he's got nothing to say about? That guy, a guy that I never cared about or followed or liked, Coach Red Pill or whatever, that a foreign country, Ukraine, murdered because he said something about the war. A country we give money to for the fucking war.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we can murder your citizens if they don't.
So where's Jon Stewart's? Are you going to do something about Gonzalo Lira, who Ukraine just killed?
Exactly.
Who just killed? Are you going to do something about Julian Assange, who Joe Biden's literally trying to kill? Are you going to do something about the genocide? So this idea that Putin, so what he's doing, again, pro-war propaganda to paint Putin as some kind of demon that's somehow worse than Joe Biden in the United States. Joe Biden and the United States are the world's terrorists, not Putin and Russia.
Hey, John.
We have 1,000 military bases around the world. We're the one who killed 1 million people in Iraq. We're the ones who killed all those people in Libya, turned it into a failed state with open slave markets. We're the ones who occupied Afghanistan for 20 years, slaughtered those people. We're the ones who slaughtered all the people in Syria and are currently occupying 1/3 of Syria, which is the part of Syria that has the oil. And why are we doing that? For the oil. We're the world's terrorists. It's nobody else. It's the United States, which is now funding a genocide in Gaza. And he's now wanting you to think that Putin is a bad guy dictator. This guy could not be a bigger joke.
He addresses Gaza, right?
Go ahead, Mel. Go ahead.
I mean, also, I just want to say the same people you're talking about are funding the controlled demolition of America.
That's
I mean,
right.
what are we joking? It's the same people. These people are done with America. They're done with all of it. They want to have their parent company take over the world with their stupid Agenda 2030. This is all about a global governance. They all think they'll be living in Pan Am and we'll be in one of the wards, and that's going to be the future for them. They bought into this, and that is the only logical explanation of why they're all in on it. And we have to remember, it is not left and right. It is not Republican and Democrat. Our country is fully captured. Larry Fink made this speech before the pandemic where he talked to all the bankers and all the CEOs, corporate CEOs, and the speech that I call it the going direct speech, where Larry Fink kind of says, you know, the globalist plan is not going as, and you have to remember, Larry Fink is also on the board of the World Economic Forum and architect of the Great Reset, the ESG score. And I have to tell you, what he was saying was basically, the global governance plan is going off the rails. We're going to go direct. What he meant was that the banks and the corporations were going to skip the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and basically our government and go right for the people. And that is exactly what happened 6 months later when COVID kicked in. And we have been in that cycle since. And what we're talking about here with Jon Stewart is it's so stupid because he doesn't even seem to understand that America is being taken down from within by the same forces that are doing everything. It's order out of chaos worldwide so that we all just give up and say, you know what? Fine, parent company over there, you forthright people, take our countries and we'll just go along with your track and trace surveillance, technocracy, totalitarian future and give up everything, purpose and freedom and privacy. And that is really the goal here. And he's just a useful idiot at this point, and he thinks that everyone else is, but it's really, it's sad. These people, you know, you live in Hollywood. I was there a long time. I really think that they're so sheltered that they really have no idea what's going on outside of their bubbles. And,
New York is worse
most
now,
of America does.
New York is actually worse
What?
now. New York is actually worse now, believe it or not. I think it has to do with the rent never coming down. But I have so many friends out there. I just was on the phone with a friend today who had no idea people were mad at Jon Stewart when he made jokes about Biden. A good friend of mine goes,
Yeah,
people are mad at him, right?
I just moved from Manhattan 4 months ago. I went through the entire pandemic lockdowns in New York City, and I'll tell you, the stupidest people on the planet are the ones that before the lockdowns I thought were the smartest. The people with the MBAs from the Poison Ivy League, the people that teach at Columbia, my friends that work in finance, they're wearing 2 masks, they're terrified, they're on their 5th booster still. I mean, they still are. And
It's incredible.
You know, they got the kiosks all over Manhattan that are, I think, brainwashing these people. I mean, but the smartest people in the world, the smartest people in Manhattan during the lockdowns to me were the Yemeni guys at the bodega at the corner that the whole time were like, can you believe that they're overthrowing America with a virus?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
I like Yemeni guys. I get caught from them.
Let me listen to the rest of this.
Person would.
Okay, hang on.
Any decent person. Holy
Hang on.
shit.
Let's watch this one out.
Because the difference between our urinal chaotic subways and your candelabra beautiful subways is the literal price of freedom.
Not having bathrooms?
But the goal that Carlson and his ilk are pushing is that there's really no difference between our systems. In fact, theirs might be a little bit better. The question is, why? Why is Tucker doing this? Here's why. It's because the old civilizational battle was communism versus capitalism. That's what drove the world since World War II. Russia was the enemy then. But now they think the battle is woke versus unwoke. And in that fight, Putin is an ally to the right. He's their friend. Unfortunately, he is also a brutal and ruthless dictator. So now they have to make Americans a little more comfortable with that.
I'm friends with
Liberty
you,
is
nice,
dipshit. Have you seen Russia's shopping carts? And Tucker would have gotten away with it if it weren't for those meddling assassins.
In a statement to the New York Times, Carlson said, quote, "It is horrifying what happened to Navalny. The whole thing is barbaric and awful. No decent person would defend it."
Correct. No decent person would.
Of course, decent people now defend Nazis and give them award medals, right? Decent people bend to power. Decent people now excuse genocide. Decent used to be good. Now it just passes off as a so-so meal at a noodle shop. That's what decent is.
Don't make weight. You know what you're getting. No surprises, no waves. That's
decent.
Decent. Well, don't make trouble.
No.
I'm trying to earn a living.
That doesn't understand what they're doing to Julian Assange. Do people fully understand that Julian Assange is
No,
people
they don't.
getting him are the intel community in America, the fourth branch of government I'm talking about, the fifth column. Julian Assange is being terrorized and tortured because he knows the truth that there was no Russian hacking in 2016. And he can tell people that. And ever since that came out, they held it until the Mueller report came out. They didn't look into it. Nobody looked into it with Durham or Barr or whoever.
That's right.
Because Julian Assange has the keys to what happened to our country. And that's a big problem.
You know how evil that is if you stack it up that he's being tortured for what? Exposing Russiagate was made up? They don't even do that. You could leak a goddamn flying saucer information. You would not be punished to the level of Julian Assange. Just revealing some bullshit thing from 2016 that really they should just cut him loose and let it go.
What about, John Stewart, what about all the other countries with clean subways besides Russia, right? Is cleanliness supposed to be hand in hand with despotism? Or are you still processing some neat freak shit from your childhood upbringing? Did your mom vacuum your weed drawer? Is that what happens? Because this sounds like revenge now.
You know what it sounds like? It sounds like on Seinfeld when his girl you seen, he actually dropped her toothbrush in the toilet and then she used it before he could tell her so he could break up with her.
Yeah.
New York's a lot of that.
Let me just
but you know what?
Go ahead.
They have the money to make our subways look like that, is the truth. I mean, I did a whole
That's
show
of course,
on
of course they did.
But then it wouldn't be freedom.
The homeless industrial complex in New York City alone has billions of dollars that go nowhere. Nobody knows where that money goes. The subways in New York could look like that if they wanted them to. They just don't care.
No,
and they defunded everything that is positive in New York to make it what it looks like. He's totally lying.
Well, they're
as to
funding
why
illegal aliens. That's cool, too.
So I like what Jason Smith says. John thinks Americans have freedom. And then he thinks that's why it's okay for the United States infrastructure to be rotting. He's so cute.
Just not to move anywhere or do anything.
Yeah, you don't have freedom. Did you see what happened?
At all.
You don't have freedom at all. It's called the Patriot Act. By the way, the Patriot Act, which was on the shelf way before 9/11. They just used 9/11 to institute the Patriot Act, which is why we're now a surveillance state, and the Fourth Amendment no longer applies. Every email, every text, and every phone call that you make is being surveilled by the government. They also got rid of habeas corpus in the 2011 Defense Authorization Act.
I don't know what that is.
They got rid of habeas corpus, which means that you don't get the right to a speedy trial. All they have to do is call you a terrorist, which they do. So now they can call you a cyber terrorist if you print what they consider to be misinformation on a social media platform. They can now throw you in jail without a trial. That's called not having habeas corpus. Habeas corpus is in the Magna Carta. So they repealed the Magna Carta. Who did that? Barack Obama. And so now we're operating on a liberty view from somewhere around the 1100s. And for Jon Stewart to sit there and pretend that Americans have freedom is him just doing pro-war propaganda. Jon Stewart is a liar. He's a betrayer of comedy. And he's a pro-war maniac. That's what Jon Stewart, and he's a gutless coward on top of all of it.
Wait, Jimmy, I just want to say, remember during the great...
He's the Bono of comedy.
Yes, I told you, Bruce Springsteen, Jon Stewart, Bono. Back during the Great Iraq War, I don't remember if we won or not, but I remember we all laughed. Yes, we all laughed. I remember this. Oh, these freaking Muslims! You can't even say something about the Prophet or draw a picture of them. What babies they are! They would kill them. Name like 3 things you're allowed to fucking say in America about things that aren't even as important as somebody's fucking religion.
Yeah, I'll take them restricting my ability to draw a picture of the Prophet. If I can say whatever I want about the vaccine, if I can say whatever I want about Ukraine, if I can say whatever I want about the military-industrial complex, and if I can
say women have dicks. If you look down on Islam, are you kidding me?
It's exactly right.
Is everybody high? Oh, well, our freedom. You can't even. I've done a podcast in 2 years with friends who are having a great time. At the end of the podcast, we got to get together. Then, could you cut that part? Could you cut that part? I don't want to get in trouble because everyone just lives like this, like fucking idiots. And then you get, Islam in Russia. Fuck you.
I know. Here's another tweet by, Alfarabius. He says, that's strange that the United States has to accept dirty, dysfunctional subways as the literal price of freedom, but Tokyo, Seoul, London, Madrid, etc. don't seem to have that trade-off. Isn't that interesting?
London's coming, don't worry.
Echo Chamber says, Jon Stewart was always a fraud, but he used to be ostensibly anti-neocon. Now he's shilling their talking points.
It's not a fraud. In his mind, he has squared it. Now, I told you, remember Kyle Kalinske? Why does hair go blonde? Because the cognitive dissonance in a lot of these people, it fucks with their brain and it comes out. Cutting your hair to control your life. It starts coming out in their appearance. He has to hold these illogical things together in his head. It's hard for him to do. He can't always do it. He ends up being funny.
And the liberals have always embraced the neocons. You just need to give them a little time, right?
Yeah.
It didn't take long for a genocidal maniac. How many genocidal...
Bush gave Michelle Obama a mint.
That's right. Yeah. How many genocidal maniac years did it take to rehabilitate George W. Bush and have him dancing with Ellen DeGeneres? Today's liberals, very much like Donald Trump, because their convictions don't hold.
Well, it turned out he was less of a psychopath than Ellen DeGeneres. We didn't see it coming. George Bush is a sensitive pick. I think he's probably the best one in the entire Bush family. I think he truly, because his paintings are very sensitive. He's got a great memory. Okay, remember he was a drunk?
Yeah.
His memory is really good. So how do you live through living in that family? Okay, you got to go to Yale and do a weird magic ceremony with your dick out.
That's right.
Your family's into the most evil shit in history. He probably's a nice guy that had to drink to forget about that.
Yeah.
And then he found Jesus, and they all you believe in that thing that we made up to control the world. And he's just a nice guy. Now he paints, and little slips come out. Oh, the illegal invasion of Iraq. I mean Ukraine. Because I think he is a good guy deep down, and he's a slave like Jon Stewart. All the people going at the top are bigger slaves than the people that are shitting in the streets. They're more free.
None of them are good guys. None of them are good guys.
They're not good guys.
All globalists. They're all done with America. I feel like they've invested in the future with America being Venezuela in their minds. They're done with America, and it's only the American people that can stop this because they're all sold out. They sold out to this global idea. None of these corporations are American corporations at all. Their big money comes overseas. So the Larry Finks that own that guy, and the BlackRocks and Vanguards that own everything, they're done with America. They just are trying to sunset it in the best way possible.
That's the term. They're doing a sunset. That's a great way to put it.
Hey, come see us live on tour in Los Angeles, Palm Springs, Stockholm, Amsterdam, Rotterdam, Berlin, Copenhagen, Oslo, Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, Cortland, New York, Oakmont, Pennsylvania, right outside Pittsburgh, El Paso, and San Antonio, Texas. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for all those tickets.
There's something that's emerging right now that we need to talk about. And yes, it's quite shocking.
Yo, Hyde Park.
The thing is,
it's free speech on
there's
steroids.
only one rule to remember.
There's I have this one Hyde Park video saved that's from Leo Muhammad, and he was out there giving his pro-black Nation of Islam speech. It's weird listening to the British Muslims with the accent and the vocabulary the words they use. But that's when I thought, when I first saw that video, I thought it was just, you know, some random guy in some random place. But no, like Hyde Park is like the soapbox. It is like the town hall meeting or the town square meeting. And if you can get an audience, I don't know, like I said, I've only watched people speak out there. I don't know how it is to set it up or to organize it, or is there a time and date you have to reserve or whatever. But if you're a good speaker and you can draw a crowd, yo, everything that I watch, like there's always lots of people gathered around. Alright, I'm actually trying to get to a stopping point. I'm right at 4.5 hours, which means I've probably painted for 3 hours. Because I chatted for the first hour. And I also ate breakfast in here. So I'll say I'll have about a solid 3 hours of brush on canvas. But I also feel like it's time for a little breaky break. Let me see what I'm gonna do about lunch and dinner, and start prepping myself for work tomorrow. It's only it's not even lunchtime yet, so we're not at midday, but that's why I wanted to get up in here early and utilize as much of the day as possible. I'm really enjoying this. Man, I need some water or something. I'm really enjoying this painting right here. Like I say, I've been using all the small detail brushes. I will probably only be able to use the small detail brushes for a while, which makes it a little, like I said, a little more tedious, a little more time consuming, but I also feel like when this thing is done, it's really gonna pop. Alright. So yeah, I'm starting to yarn a little bit. I might really, alright, this might be the last one right here. God, I'm trying not to dirty up any more brushes. All right. Mm-hmm. Sounds like I got something. Yo, Lance, pretty dressed. I mean, you're more than welcome to come over here and correct it if you want, you know. You're more than welcome to come make some adjustments or whatever. I've been looking for an apprentice for years now. Been looking for an apprentice for a long time. You might be able to learn some shit. I might be able to learn you something, you know? Because first of all, you have to take into perspective the camera angle that you're seeing this from. It may not be the proper angle. Oh, I didn't blend this in at all. I might have to, damn it. Damn it all to hell. That's a little bit right there. Alright, a little something. I said I wasn't trying to get no more brushes dirty. Yeah, man. This piece is coming out pretty good. All the reflection and highlights on the armor is what I've been really focusing on for the past couple of days. And it's really starting to get there. So, oh man. Okay, all our brushes are clean, and I think we made it to a good stopping point, and we made some pretty good progress this morning. Man, my last 2 days were super busy. I don't feel like I got a lot of painting done this weekend, but that's fine too, because I did a bunch of other stuff. Did a bunch of other really cool stuff this weekend, so that makes up for studio time. I never feel bad sacrificing studio time for other creative projects or other productive endeavors. So I have definitely been productive the past 2 days. Very productive. I just haven't been in the studio as much. I think I'm a little wore out. I had a long night last night. Very long night. Which was good though. Oh man. It was a good time. A really good time. But I think I'm gonna chill for a little while until lunchtime, fix some lunch, and then start prepping dinner and shit. Yo, I appreciate everybody chilling in the studio with me this morning on this early Sunday morning. And I'll get with you guys next time. Peace.